Oh,
It's
hi.
so wild.
Hi, everybody. If you can hear me, put a 5 or a 7 or a 3 or any other whole number in the chat as long as it is greater than 0. Any
About half a
positive
mile
whole
from the drop
number.
off here.
It's a simple
I'm
question.
hard headed. Yes.
Don't
Yes.
overthink it.
I feel that.
Don't overthink it.
I definitely share.
Hmm. All right. All right. Everybody's dead. It's good to know. So there is in fact, okay, good. That's not a whole number, Mike. We got a 69 from Alaska. Good, good. Okay, good. I was wondering if there was potentially an apocalypse outside the basement and nobody told me yet. But I guess not. That's good. Gig Chud and Thud is down. The Gig Drive and Thrive account is not up right now. So I don't know what Keever's doing. Maybe Keever decided to take the night off or whatever the fuck, or do some maintenance or whatever. But I don't like it. I don't like it. Where is the Keever? We just hope the Keever's all right. And too many shenanigans going around. If anybody threatened the Keever, I'm going to be real hacked off. If anybody threatened the Keever, I'm going to be real hacked off. Yeah, it rounds to 0. I said above. I said greater than 0, positive whole number. But that's all right, Mike. We're not here for the maths at the moment. We're here for lots of the reasons. One of them is that Pedro is a bitch. Pedro's a real bitch, just a terrible, stinky, awful bitch. He's just so bad at what he does, and he's such an awful influence on everybody, and such an awful liar. I'm real tired of it. So it was real funny. Some of you may know that I was just over in the Torp, gaslighting the Pedro. It was real fun. Torp just did a live, and for some reason, God bless the man. For some reason, God bless the man. He made me uh, one of his. He gave me a wrench in his live. Well, you know who doesn't have a wrench is the Pedro. The Pedro don't have no wrench. The Pedro don't have no wrench. You see, and since the Pedro don't got no wrench, you know who had a wrench. So when the Pedro came on, to explain why he might be something other than a complete and total bitch. I just timed him out and deleted his messages. It was real funny. Then he came back with the Pedro reacts, and he's real upset. And I just timed him out again, and just kept repeating that he is in fact a bitch, and he's my bitch boy. And so it's real fun. It's real fun to do because he's such a bitch. And you know what? He spent the whole thing talking about how he's actually going to go out and meet Eli on a nature trail in March. And you know, he was serious, and Hannibal talked him down. This boy, this little boy is just so delusional. He's such a little bitch, and he just acting like a loony farm every day. And then he goes on and pretends he's on Sunday nights. He pretends he's sane. It's like pretend you're sane Sunday for Pedro, where he goes on and pretends that he's a cult idol. Yeah, Torp gave me a wrench. Torp gave me a wrench, and I used it to mute the Pedro. It was the greatest thing ever. Pedro must be just beside himself. I bet he came like 3 times. He was so angry with himself because he's so into S&M. The pain probably made him orgasm at least 3 times. So, yep, good to see. I got my cow cup here, Matthew. I got my cow cup. Cow cup. There you go. There's Bessie and Pedro. Yeah, so I ran train on the Pedro. I ran train. I did. I really got him good. And I went over to Glitch Dash. I said, "You would not believe this shit." I'm like muting Pedro in Torp's chat. It's hilarious. Oh my god, it's great. It was really, really funny. And Pedro is such a bitch. And remember, our bitch lines are open. If Pedro wants to come on this show and be anything other than a bitch, I'm inviting him. It's all for him. This is all for him. We're here for the Pedro. Let's make it happen. Pedro, DoorDash, Glitchy Pants, Poopy Pants, Depends, Santiago, Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, Santiago. The Instacart is silent. Well, you see, Pedro married a corporation. Pedro married a corporation. The corporation took his name, and Pedro and the corporation became DoorDash. Pedro was born Pedro DoorDash Santiago. He married a corporation. The corporation became DoorDash. Now they can't get divorced. It's too late. It's just too late. It's too late for the Pedro. Now, Torp's going to give us a good Torp talking, and this is real good. So it's going to be This encompasses every bit of goodness and craziness in the entire gig economy, corporate cabal, and global organized crime syndicate. This is one of the most all-encompassing. So what you got here? Here's the layers you got. Here's the layers you got. Now pay attention here when I'm talking. You got yourself the Torp. You got yourself the Brian. Okay. You got Glitch Dash in this mix. You got me in the mix. Right. Excuse me. Got a little Pedro. I just ate a burrito. It was real good. I thought of Pedro while I was doing it, and was hoping that he was sick to his stomach because he's such a bitch. Oh my God, Pedro's a bitch. Anyway, so you got all those people. Then you got the three numbskulls. You got Eli, Pedro, and the Hannibals. The three numbskull show. So Brian is well. Let me get this straight. Torp is watching Brian review the three numbskulls, the Eli, Pedro, and Hannibals, jerking each other off in the unicorn gangbang, like. Yeah, we're gonna miss Eli now that he's gone. We're gonna miss Eli now that he's gone. But the unicorn gangbang was like this. They were just all over each other the whole time. Like, oh, like it was like piling on top. And this would be Hannibal over here. Then Eli'd be here. Pedro would be down, and Pedro jump on the top like that. Pedro would be on top. He'd do a little of the pounding, the Pedro pounding. It was real exciting. And so, anyway, what you got here is you got the full drama. You got Torp reviewing, Brian reviewing the three biggest douche nozzles in the universe, and a little bitch named Pedro, who is my bitch. Pedro is my bitch. Everybody tell him, hey, Pedro, why are you Jeff Thomas Black's bitch? And he'll just say, because I wanted to gaslight him for a year and lie about him, and now I lost. Now it's all over. I'm just his bitch. Now it's over. I only wish, Mike. That would make it so much fun. If I did that, we would all be up till tomorrow. We would all be up till tomorrow talking about unicorns and rainbows. Hello, Mary Poppins. We're talking about Pedro, the little bitch. Yeah, you got yourself some worms there. That's good. We're going fishing for little bitches. We're going fishing for little Pedro bitches. Little Pedro bitch can. So if you don't know, has Pedro all been scary? Yeah, Pedro's a real scary guy. He's into S&M. He makes his girlfriend like ask him for permission to have money, and the house has to be just so. And he's an anal OCD perfectionist, and he's always telling you how he's petty and angry, and he's always petty and angry. Yeah, Pedro's batshit crazy. Pedro's a psychopath. He wants to be a cult leader. He's just a straight up psychopath, lying bitch actor, and he's just an actor. He's just a lying bitch. He ain't gonna meet anybody on nature trails. He's an actress. He's an actress with Jesus hair. He's a little girl. He's a little girl. He's a little boy. He goes, "Mm, now I'm Pedro. Today I'm a little girl. Today I'm a little boy. I'm just Pedro. I just act. Ooh, I'm tough. I'm Mr. Bet on you. I'm Mr. Spit on you. I'm Mr. Come on you today. Today I'll come on you because I'm Pedro. Oh, I'm so sexy. Have you seen my Jesus hair? I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm so good because I'm the greatest that's ever been. I don't know how to do a shop and pay without attacking cars and small children and scaring everybody in the grocery store because I'm so volatile, but I'm the fucking king, is what I am. I got real big ego problems, and I'll tell you too. Everybody, I'm like, I was gonna fucking tear that guy apart. I was gonna fucking tear that guy apart. Oh man, you should have seen what I was gonna do to that guy. Some Jesus hair. I was gonna use my Jesus hair. He's gonna be so scared of my Jesus hair, he wouldn't have known what direction to run to. I was gonna scare him so bad on that nature trail. Oh man. Yeah, we gotta shit out that Pedro. Hey Pedro, I'm shitting you out, you bitch. You little bitch. You little fucking bitch, Pedro. Pedro, you little fucking bitch. Come on my show, Pedro. Come on. Why don't you come on? You can call me names too. I ain't gonna mute you. You can call me all the names you want too, Pedro. Well, we'll talk about who's a lying little bitch and who's telling the truth. Come on, Pedro. I'm waiting for you. I got the lines open all night. Pedro, Pedro, Pedro. Pedro, Pedro, Pedro. Let's go. Let's go. I'm shitting you out, son. I'm shitting you out. You got something to say before I shit you out, Pedro? Before I take a Pedro? I'm gonna take a Pedro. I'm gonna shit you right out, boy. Let's see what our friend Torp has to say here. I don't think we're gonna get the chat replay yet. The chat was real delightful. Chat was real delightful. Pedro is a bitch. Pedro is in fact my. We'll do it nice because it's in the comments there. My bitch. good. Comment, real good. Pedro's in fact my bitch. Not even any popcorn. So that's because that's for our friend Torp. We don't want to torque him off. Torp's being a real good fella right now. Torp's back in the game. Yep, Torp's back in the game. He made me an administrator. He made me an administrator. I went in there. I made sure everybody understood that Pedro is a bitch. And when Pedro came in, I blocked him. And then he came in with the Pedro reacts, and I blocked him too. I wrenched that little bitch right out of there. I just flushed him right out like a dead tapeworm. There went the Pedro. I just took a Pedro right in Torp's chat. I just took myself a Pedro. It was funny. It was real funny. He was so mad. He was so mad. Oh my God! All of St. Louis must be overheating at the moment due to Pedro's ego. It's great. It's so fucking good.
Ain't that a bitch? I can't get that shit straight once. We gotta go over some shit. Well, at least I do. We'll figure it out as we go along. I'm gonna wait till some shit pops up. I'm gonna pull an Eli.
Oh yeah, yeah. So I had the wrench in the chat. I went and checked. It was the real Pedro and the real Pedro reacts that I bitch slapped. Yeah. It was the real Pedro and the real Pedro reacts. Both of them were the real one. Yeah, I went and checked real fast because I didn't want to get too excited about slapping that little bitch down. But I could tell it sounded like the real the real Pedro ego. Yeah, that little fragile ego. He just batted it down to a whap, whap. We just wrenched it right down. I stuck that little wrench right up Pedro's little unicorn Tootsie Roll. Right up there. Just stuck it right up there. So yeah, it was the real Torp, the real Pedro reacts. I checked. It was real good. It was real good. And thank you, Torp. You are a hero for giving me a wrench. You are a damn hero for giving me a wrench. Well, listen, here's the best part of Torp's chats, Mary Poppins. He pays no attention whatsoever. The man don't read them at all. Not even a teeny bit. Not even a word. He don't care. You can say in there, you can say in there all kinds of things about what you want to do with Torp's wife, Mary Poppins, and he wouldn't care. He wouldn't even know.
Check my microphone.
This just happened.
Can you hear the playback?
Torp finished this as I came on the air. Torp finished this at 6:30, and I went on at 6:30. Okay. You have to have you have to have access to the chat. You can't do it on all of them. You have to have like some wrench or something. I don't know what makes it. Sometimes I can do it. Sometimes I can't. But if you have control of the chat, you can go look at their channel. Yeah.
Is this shit working? I want to hear some comments before I roll this.
Mary Poppins,
I'm going to do a critique on Brian's video. DoorDash gig economy police. Everybody wants to hear.
It is a distraction. I just like it. I like the chat distraction. I think it makes it more fun. I like it when you distract me. Yeah, Mary Poppins, you keep your hands to yourself. Don't be grabbing anybody's privates. You ain't the privates checker in these parts. You don't have you're not the privates checker. You ain't the NCAA.
Hear about, you know where it'll be. We're going to do this. No music this time. Last one I did.
Please notice that my title, my screen name. This is not the Dad Dash Daily with Jeff and Keevers. This is the bitch. Tonight I am Bitch Pedro's supervisor. That's my job.
That like fucking popped off, man. That shit was nasty. Well.
Oh, I can't stand this guy. This guy has ripped off the entirety of the gig community. He's a psychopath and a fake cult leader that is a real danger to the community. That's why Mad Dash for Road Trip Cash. He is a horrible, horrible, dangerous person. That's what I truly believe. I believe he's a horrible, dangerous person that needs to go down. I wouldn't worry about it if it was just somebody regular. Like Jacob Warren's real stupid, but he ain't no Pedro. Pedro's a dangerous individual. Pedro is a dangerous, bad acting con man, is what Pedro is, and a real terrible human being. He's an S&M freak who is an anal OCD perfectionist by his own description, and he hangs out with dog shit and spews lots of dog shit. So that's the problem I got with it. I'm a civil rights guy. If you're gonna fleece the whole community and lie to everybody and be a shitty cult leader, I'm just gonna take you down like my bitch, like Pedro's my bitch. I hope that explains it. to you, and it's real nice to have you here, my friend. Mad Dash for Road Trip Cash, because Pedro's a bitch, and everybody has to know that. See, because what he does, because he's such a bitch, is he doesn't take care. He doesn't try and take advantage of us old timers. He hides from us because he's a coward and a bitch. He tries to take advantage of all the new guys. That's why he brought Eli in. He wants all the new, fresh meat because Pedro's a predator. Pedro is a predator. Pedro is a predator of money, a predator of people, a predator of scams. Pedro is a predator. And as a predator, that's why he wanted to meet with Eli. That's why he hangs out with this little simp boy, his little simp gimp, Hannibal's, who washes his balls for him. So Pedro's a real bad guy, and you guys all need to know it because he's a dangerous individual. He's a dangerous, bad individual who does nothing but lie and con people. And he's a public brand placement with his little douchey name, Pedro DoorDash, douchey pants, depends, Santiago, Mr. Bet on You, Mr. Double Down, the Lion King, Santiago. The Instacart is silent. He's a little walking corporate billboard for douchebaggery. So I can't stand this guy because he's a danger to humanity. That's why. And he's such a little bitch, he won't even come up here because he's a hiding little bitch who's the only thing he'll do is call names and lie to people for a year. He says my book doesn't exist. He says he'll give $1 million for my book, but he won't. He says that it took me 20 years to write the book and I'm not a real writer. Well, it didn't, and I am. And so, and Pedro just lies. I've never lied to anybody in this community. Not one person can ever bring forth a lie that I've made in this community. Pedro lies every day, all day, and admits it in between being a psychopath and being a dipshit cult leader. So that's pretty much it. Nice. Good job, Mike. Good job, Mike. Good job, Mike. I'm doing this. You owe me a lot of money for this, Mike. Who's on alive? Torp's not on. Oh, yeah. Here's Pedro. Here's Pedro. Pedro just dropped a video. I don't think he's on a live. Pedro did just drop a shitty video. He just dropped a piece of dog shit, which is nothing. It's all he does. But he's right here. He's I'm your bitch. You're damn right. I took a lot to fleece and lie to this community. I know I screwed the drivers over. Yeah, see, Pedro admits it. He admits it. This is Pedro. He's right here. Pedro DoorDash Santiago. Sure looks like him. Sure looks like him. You never know on these YouTubes. Sure looks like him though. When approximately the book coming out? December timeframe. December timeframe. I mean, right now, the real deal for the 14 of you watching, if I'm going to tell you what the plan right now, this morning show and broadcasting is going real good. And what I need is an audience to get the book out to, because without an audience, I can't produce the book. There's no point. I can't produce a book that don't sell no copies. If I do that, I'm just going to be out of more money. I already produced a movie. I got a book. I got all kinds of stuff to sell, but you see, I got to have an audience, and I got to make sure that I clear the shit out. I got to kill the tapeworms and shit them out. Take a couple Pedros on the in the toilet. Use that bidet. Make it a bidet day. Make it nice and clean. Get rid of all those Pedros. Then we can be ready for a book. So it's just like me showing that my friend Rochelle Dixon, and I've been talking to Rochelle a lot today about that. And she talked about, well, gosh, it was so informal, and we were talking over each other. And I said, oh, we did fine. It was fine. Because she felt like I did. She's like, well, maybe it wasn't really that good because we were just talking, and we talk all the time and laugh, and it's real free. And that felt, I think, stilted to us compared to other things. Pedro's booted from DoorDash because of his face scan. That's super ironic. He marries the corporation, and then they scan his face and go, "Your nostrils is too giant. I don't believe you. Nobody has nostrils that big." They kicked him off his nostril. It was a failed nostril match. The nostrils didn't match. Pedro's nostrils were flaring up and all swollen. They didn't match. They're all swollen. All of you helped pay for the house I bought, nice cars I have, and the vacations I had. I made 860. We know you did, Pedro. Well, the best thing about a wrench that I've ever noticed is that it allowed me to delete Pedro's messages tonight and to gaslight him. That was priceless. That's the best use of a wrench I ever had. I don't really see. I don't give wrenches out, and I don't mute anybody. Everybody, I don't mute anybody, and I don't give any wrenches out. So I don't know. But the fact that Torp gave me a wrench, and I could sit there calling Pedro a bitch all night in front of a large audience of diverse people, and just make Pedro all mad, and then mute him when he came in. That was the best thing ever. That was one of my happiest moments. On my deathbed, they're gonna go, what made you happy and laugh, Jeff? And I'm gonna go, there's just one time I muted Pedro in Torp's chat, and I loved it so much. I loved it so much. It made me so happy. It made me so happy. Pedro's my bitch. It's funny. All right, let's hear what our Torp Torker has to say. Let's see. He's all torped up. Now, listen, this man doesn't fight with me anymore. He won't fight with me anymore. It's all over. He won't fight with me. He knows I love him. He knows that no matter how much he fights with me, I'm just going to love him. He's my Fred Flintstone.
I don't know. Yeah, what nasty. I knew that shit was going to.
That was the only wrench I ever needed. It's the best wrench I ever had.
Get popped off. Robert Reese tried to call me out for like, he farted right in my face. He's like, you were so drunk, you deleted your own video. I'm like, yeah. Vivo. Brother Reese. Vivo. I played AC/DC like it was my job. We're going to get into this. We are. All right. Here's the bitch of it, though, man. I literally went through fucking
10. It's only 10 minutes to 420 somewhere, Mike. It's 10 minutes to 420 somewhere, two places somewhere in 10 minutes.
40 minutes of a video, and my memory card filled up. I was like, wait a minute, wait for it. I went through 40 minutes of a video, and my memory card filled up. I'm really bad at that. I just want everybody in the room to tell me something. Are you sick and fucking tired? Or are you just tired? I mean, we're not all sick. A lot of people got the shot. I am going to have to actually get another beer. I think I'm a quarter full. Oh, check this out, by the way. I'm doing Natty Ice 5.9. I switched it up a little bit because everybody ragged on me for the fucking Milwaukee's best of all things. I mean, I thought that was an American beer. I'll be right back.
Should I send this boy some real beer? Should I send this boy some real beer from the Pacific Northwest? Oh my God, natural Natty Light. You got to be kidding me, son. I know it's cheap and it's like water.
Don't change the channel. I'm going to critique Brian's video.
We won't.
I'm not bullshit.
We won't. Don't worry.
I'm actually going to do that.
Wait, we want to see that hot
Stay tuned.
Ass. We want to see that hot torp.
Refrigerator's right behind me.
The ass. Look at that. Look at this. Oh my Jesus. Did you see that skinny little torp ass? You see that torp ass? Pedro must be going wild right now. Wild.
Listen to this.
That's fucking nice.
All right. We got a fair use up on the stage here.
God,
this is, again, DoorDash Gig Economy Place. This is Brian, DoorDash Sucks. And I like to do these from time to time.
I hope he does that again.
I do. It's kind of fun. Well, honestly, you guys know I've been here for about 10 minutes. I have all the experience in the world, do I not? I know everything there is to know. It's going to kind of get weird here and there.
It's going to get
goes. But we'll see where it goes. All right, I got my sound system set up. So we're going to hear Brian very.
Now, Coach Arrowhead, Stephen Arrow, I am not joking. My ex-girlfriend had some tights like that, and they were real hot. They were real sexy. My ex-girlfriend had tights with skulls on them like that. They were real sexy. I liked them a lot. I don't like Torps as much, but they're real nice. Oh, good. We do love ourselves the Pedro cooking shows. The Pedro cooking show sponsored by Bird's Eye, the finest in Pedro veganism. Pedro, all of Pedro's finest vegetables come from Bird's Eye in the bag. Bird's Eye, what's in your Pedro freezer besides Bird's Eye and lots of drugs? That was really hot. That was really hot. Yeah, Kayla's tights. Yeah, they weren't as small as Kayla's. I didn't wear them, Mary Poppins. She did. I didn't wear her tights. Like Kayla's, kind of like Kayla's tights. They look real good on her. They fit her. I did not wear them, Mary Poppins, just to clarify. Like Torp's wearing his girlfriend's or whatever tights. I did not wear my girlfriend's tights. They didn't fit me. She was more petite than me, Mary Poppins. But thank you for asking.
Very clairvoyantly. and we're going to go with it. This is about Eli, by the way, and Pedro and Hannibal. So I think it's relevant. I could be wrong. I could be talking about cars or brake jobs.
Now, see, Mike, if you're on if you are, let's say, Mike, if you are in an alternate, if you're in an altered state and I'm doubling up and having and tripling up and 75% in the video, it's going to really fuck you up. You're going to have a lot of fun here, Mike. And remember, you offered to pay me a lot of money and someday I'm going to collect. So you just save that money. And one of these days, I'm going to run a payday loan like train on you for poverty pimping. You just save it, though, Mike. Hold on to it for me. Hold on to it.
I thought this would be more relevant. So let's. But wait, there's more. I got to skip a little bit. This is the FBI warning where he does the police thing.
Yeah.
He got everything good except for the intro.
Does Birdseye have any good drugs? Do they have any good fried vegan drugs? Birdseye do any good infused edibles? Birdseye cooking show. We could do a Birdseye show from Portland. Birdseye edibles. Jeff and Birdseye. What's cooking in your kitchen? Jeff and Birdseye. Yeah, Mad Dash, you go ahead and run for the hills before it gets crazy around here. You're making a good decision. I would leave and don't ever come back, but you should come back because it's fun. But if you don't, we'll understand, Mad Dash. Good. Yeah, me and Gledge Dash are gonna run for the hills, tripping balls. That's good. More messages from now. See, Pedro is just showing off right now. See, this is how narcissistic Pedro is. Pedro's just going to sit in our chat and tell us the truth. I knew about the DoorDash glitch 1 year before everyone else says. I'm sorry I lied, but I made great money. I don't even believe he's sorry. I don't even believe you're sorry, Pedro. And I do know that you're going after the Birdseye sponsorship along with the pens, and that's not impressive to me. Anybody can get a frozen food sponsorship, Pedro. Well, we hope Matt will come back sometime. It's only the first 42 minutes of the show. We're just getting started. For God's sakes, we literally have ourselves like an hour and 40 minutes potentially of Torp ahead of us. If I just let it play, which I won't. If I just let it play, which I won't, it would go an hour and 40 minutes. If I just let it play, which I won't. This is going to be great. This is going to be real great. It's a Torpapalooza. It's a fucking Torpapalooza right here. It's a Torpapalooza. And we got Natty Light to spare. We got Natty Light. I got me the weed and the broken pipes that I smoke out of because I'm real poor. And we're going to have a real good time. It's Friday night. We're going to get fucking crazy. We're going to get crazy. We're going to get so crazy. That fucker Pedro ain't rich. I don't believe it one bit. Well, Mary Poppins, you just want to touch his Jesus hair. You just want a discount on the Jesus hair, and you're trying to get on his good side. He's afraid you could be in the tax business. 3 minute with 3 minute countdown. 2 minutes. 2 minutes in the space-time continuum. You're right on, Mike. We got it's 4:18 in 2 places in the world.
Sure. I'll do the police though. I thought that was really cool. I think it's right here. Okay. Damn, bro.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to another video. There we go. Police channel, and it's a Friday, and multitasking here as far as working and then making this video. So, I'm not fully all the way through this video, but I'm 2 hours into it, and all I've just heard in this video is a bunch of ball sucking that's been going on by Eli, Coach Eli, right? His channel. It's really disgusting because, there's no other way to say it. He just goes every which way the wind blows. And he even says it in this video. If you listen to the whole thing, it's hard to stomach it. because I can't stand Hannibal and Pedro, especially Pedro, for lying to the community what he's been doing for the longest time, ripping people off. But by his own admission, people are asking me, well, how can how could he have made $860,000? I did that video, showing what he made, right? He himself admits in this video that he lost about $28,000 within 3 months of not being on YouTube. He knows what his checks are coming in. He's getting anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 checks per month from.
All right, let me check this. $28,000. You know how many channels on YouTube are they have 1 million subscribers and they don't do that?
Well, hey, everybody, this is Nugs. How's it going? Happy 420, everybody. Kayla and I just want to say it's really great to see you.
Well, hey, Nugs, how's it going? It's great you can stop in for 420 here, Nugs and Kayla. Have you guys been hanging out in any more muddy parking lots, doing any more sexy videos?
Well, yeah, Jeff, we've been in a lot of muddy parking lots lately. Kayla's so fucking sexy. I put on her tights, it squeezes my penis so hard, pulls my little testiculars up. You know I got that advanced testicular overplay, so wearing Kayla's compression tights helps with my testiculars.
That makes sense, Nugs. People are asking why you wear Kayla's yoga tights, and we were wondering. So it's actually because you have testicular overpay, Nugs. Is that what the situation is?
Well, yeah, Jeff, it's because I have early onset testicular overpay. That's why I had to get away from Pedro. If I stayed with Pedro, it was pretty clear to me that the early onset testicular overpay was going to potentially kill me.
Wow, Nugs, that's serious. You're a young guy. You and your drooling redhead girlfriend Kayla have a lot of life ahead of you. How is the bib business going? I heard that you and Kayla have decided to support other couples with drooling problems. Are you guys working on a bib business for YouTube? Are you going to be selling them on the YouTubes?
Well, yeah, Jeff. We decided we're going to get into the gambling, the gaming, and the bib business. And all drooling girlfriends like Kayla, who like to kneel and squat down and get spanked in the mud, well, they can just join our channel and we'll have some real good products for them. So we're real excited about it. It's such a transition.
Wow, that's great. It's good to see. It's good to see young kids. I know. I know Coach Eli would be very, very impressed that kids your age are taking the initiative not to be complete dipshits like he is.
Well, yeah, Jeff, we watched that. We thought of getting into the Eli coaching business. We thought, well, maybe we should let that guy Eli help us with our marriage. And so we went and we thought, well, let's have a conference call with that Eli guy. But he kept looking at Kayla's drool. He just kept staring at Kayla's drool like he loved it, like he wanted to lick it up. And I just made me so uncomfortable, Jeff.
Wow, that's creepy, Nugs. So you decided that maybe he wasn't the right marriage counselor for you. That I understand that. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Well, thanks, Jeff. Kayla and I like to make good decisions as a young couple. We're trying to build for our future when we can have more muddy parking lots to have sex in. We're hoping that we can get into a whole sex and spanking and kneeling and squatting public parking lot unicorn kind of porn thing.
Wow. Are you going to get? I mean, have you been talking to Pedro?
Yeah, well, we decided to cough up the $49.99 to talk to the Pedro again.
You did. That's crazy, Nugs. Why would you give up $49.99 just to talk to Pedro?
Well, he's the king, Jeff. He said he's the king. I called him. He said, I'm the fucking king. What do you want? And I said, can I talk to him? He said, $49.99, bitch. And I said, well, how do I pay? And he said, on by credit card, bitch. And I said, well, do you take Visa? And he said, MasterCard, bitch. And I said, uh, well, do you take how about will you take a debit card? Will you take PayPal? And he said, that's fine. And so Kayla got her PayPal. And as soon as I wiped the drool off it, I was able to read the numbers. And I gave them to Pedro. And so we had a talk.
Wow. Did you get the October special, or is there a new price for November?
Well, that's what sucked, Jeff. I thought I was going to get like the 49.99 package with the $20 Jesus hair touch, and that special was no longer good. So I had to pay 49.99. No Jesus hair touch, no commemorative photo, just straight up uh, list price. It was real insulting. We're close. We've been close friends. We did competitions together where we cheated on each other. That's how close we were.
Wow. Yeah, you guys were so close that you guys did competitions on YouTube and cheated each other and the audience while you were doing it. That's a bond between two men that's really hard to replicate, Nugs.
Well, yeah, Jeff. That's kind of like the relationship that I have with my drooling girlfriend, Kayla. Uh, we have something special. And, she's just the right size for me because when I wear her tights, there's just the right compression in them tights for my testicular overpay. And when I squat down and show you my anus in the mud as a sign from the beings beyond and from Yoda, it's all because of Kayla. I give credit to Kayla.
Wow, that's beautiful, Nugs. Pedro blamed his wife for his failure on a 24-hour ride along. He said it was, or it's not his wife, his girlfriend, his baby mama. Sorry, his beautiful Madison said, "Please, Pedro, please stop, please stop at 14 hours and do stuff with me." And Pedro said, "Yeah, baby girl, yes, baby girl. I am your baby daddy. I am your Pedro. I am your OCD anal perfectionist. I will stop my 24-hour live for you, my love." And he did. That was really gallant, Nugs. Would you stop a 24-hour live for Kayla at the 14th hour if Kayla said, "Hey, let's go have sex in the mud, Nugs. Can we go have sex in the mud instead of you completing your 24-hour live?"
Well, yeah, Jeff, I'd hit that shit real fast. I'd run over there in the mud. We'd roll around like little piggies, and we'd get it on. We'd get to the baby making. Um, Kayla and I want to have a little drooling family someday, so we're hoping that if we have enough sex and enough mud, that we'll come up with our own little family.
Well, that's beautiful, Nugs. Well, thanks for dropping by and thanks for celebrating 420 with us. It was so great to see you and Kayla. You're looking good. You're looking much more rooted and grounded than when I last saw you.
Well, yeah, Jeff, we're doing really great now. Ever since we went big with the mud fucking porn, our life has changed. We got an OnlyFans site. It's called Mud Fucking with Kayla and Nugs. Mud Fucking with Kayla and Nugs on OnlyFans.
Wow, that's a breaking story. It's called Mud Fucking with Kayla and Nugs.
Yeah, I gave her top billing because of the drooling. We got a big drooling audience. So, yeah, anyway, Jeff, I gotta go. I gotta go. I've obviously taken up too much of your time.
Yeah, you really have, Nugs. You got to go. This is a serious night. We're trying to follow Torp, and but we appreciate you stopping by, Nugs.
Well, yeah, no problem, Jeff. Kayla says bye too. That's Kayla saying goodbye. She says it's really been nice. She says, next time I'll say more. She says, let's go, Nugs. Okay, bye, Jeff.
Well, bye, Nugs. It was great seeing you and your dueling girlfriend, Kayla. Thanks for stopping by. I hope everybody in the audience enjoyed that. It looks like Coach Big V did. Coach Big V loves it when Nugs stops by. Let's get back to the torquing of the torp.
All right. No, I get that. Brian, solid point, man. Now, this is going to get weird. I pre-warned you. It's going to get very strange because I've already watched the first 5 minutes of this, but the last part of it I haven't watched. And I'm just hoping that Brian doesn't kick me in the balls because I happen to like the guy. I know a lot of you are like, is he just now figuring it out? I'm like, no, not really. He's not just now figuring it out. He has his beliefs too. You guys got your beliefs. Hey, Tammy, what's up? I want to say that a shout out to Tammy and Flex. Oh my God, when I start with something like that, let's see where it goes. You know what those are for? Those are for the DoorDash Revolution. Oh, everybody's like, what? All right, it is what it is. Let's roll.
From views on his channel, right? And he says it because they're having a conversation. Eli's having a conversation, and Eli's trying to say how he lost, whatever he lost on his channel. Here's the bottom line. And before I get into it, so if you're a new driver, a new delivery driver, a new rideshare driver, or even if you're just someone who's been in the gig economy for a while and you want to learn.
I muted myself. Can I just make a business point? Since this is a business show, that you can only claim a loss of income if you can prove that you actually had that income to begin with. You can't say, I would have made $500,000 this year unless you made $500,000 last year and you can document it. You see what I'm saying? You can't go like, well, I'm at $500,000 now. That should have happened. Or else we're all walking around where that's America. We're all walking around shoulda, coulda, would have been millionaires. Shoulda, coulda, would have been a millionaire. No, that's not how it works. Eli can't run around going, well, I'd have had $500,000. Well, no, because he didn't earn $500,000, so he didn't lose $500,000, and he wouldn't have had $500,000 because he never had $500,000 worth of U-boob business. That's not the way it works. Anyway, this is a bunch of clustery fucky bullshit. Don't believe any of it. It's all silly. It's just silliness.
About the lies, fraud, manipulation, corruption of the gig app companies. This is definitely the channel for you to be at, folks. Because I try to help the drivers as best I can. Try to help them get better than fair wages going into the future. I'm an advocate. I'm also an activist, and I have a channel too. So, a lot of people were upset, including myself, when we found out about a glitch, and the Glitchgate stuff is not over yet because the DoorDash has not patched it and not fixed it.
Contrary to popular belief, we got 50% of the community saying the glitch has been fixed. The other half didn't say it was fixed. Some are still using it, so I don't know. What I know is this. Pedro, he was a soft, what do they call it? A soft credit check on Eli? Y'all know what that word means, right? A soft credit check. In other words, it doesn't affect your credit score. Well, they did a soft credit check on Eli. But I still thought it was epic. What I didn't like was the fact that Eli brought up the shit show shirt. I didn't like that. I thought that was like flamboyant, Why be flamboyant if you're trying to have a real conversation? Flamboyant is something that I do. Eli shouldn't have done that. I thought it wasn't flamboyant.
Real super douchey. That shirt was awful.
He's done so many fucked up things in the past. I thought Tammy covered it, but apparently more people need to cover it. Tammy alone and her community are covering it well, but Coach, you know what I'm talking about, don't you? Not Eli. Oh, Ram. Oh my God. Dude, look. The point is this. Not everybody knows us, right? But at the same time, everybody's starting to know. And when they know, they know. Eli completely fucked the game up. He did. He completely fucked it up. And when he fucked it up, some 6-7 years ago, as Tammy would say it, I wasn't there. But, I mean, does she play games? I don't know. No, I do know. She doesn't. I mean, have you watched Tammy's channel? You guys got to quit making these long fucking names for your channels. It really doesn't help me because I got ADD. And if it's a short-term word like flex, I get it. So I say Tammy. That's all I'm saying here. We got to roll back to Brian here for a second so I can cover this. I'll be honest with you. My biggest problem in this community has always been this. I'm supposed to remember everybody's fucking name? Why do you think I'm called Torp?
Okay, so these people are still continuing to lie, manipulate the gig economy. Now, Pedro's just one of the players in this whole game of the gamification system that he's going along with, because his pockets are all aligned. So I just want to roll a little bit of this video so you guys can hear it from his own mouth about how he lost money. Because they're talking about how they should go and sue people for defamation and all of this stuff and how they lost money, right? Well, when you make money fraudulently and falsely, right, and you lie to your subscribers and your listeners, and you're going and using systems that are able to game the system while you can make all kinds of money and everything, and then the people are suffering, they could have lawsuits against you.
Yeah, well, I gotta pause it right there. Let me tell you something. He's not wrong. I know how Tammy feels about Hannibal and Pedro, and they are smart dudes. They really are. The way they played Eli on their live was nothing short of epic. Because Eli is complete fraud. And I appreciated that. That's why I liked it so much. I appreciated the fact that they called out Eli. What I didn't like is the fact that nothing about Glitchgate came up. Now, I know that's a sensitive subject to a lot of people. I get it. Understood. I was a part of Glitchgate.
Oh, it wasn't nothing that came up. Eli said my name at the end, and Pedro acted like he didn't hear it, and they lost the internet connection. Eli talked about me for about 45 seconds or something, and at the end of the show, and it didn't go over. It went over like a fart in church. Yep, my shirt's backwards.
On the other side that brought it up. And a lot of people didn't like, oh, what are you talking about? Shut up. It's like, that's because a lot of people were using it. Flex used it. Cherry Pick used it. Pedro used it. God knows how many people used it. And I'll be honest with you, as much as the fucking gig apps fuck us, it was nice to fuck them back, wasn't it? Wasn't it nice? It was. It was refreshing to fuck them back. I didn't do it. Only because I was in fear. I have fear. I'm a human being. I was in fear. I'm like, I don't want to turn on the fucking app and see deactivated. If you think I'm fucked up and slow and stupid like Eli, you're wrong. That is easy fucking money. Why would I want to fuck it up? That's my question to you guys. Why would I want to fuck that up? Pedro didn't give a fuck if we fucked it up. He was using it, his friends were using it, or vice versa. Doesn't change the fact that he completely annihilated Eli on that live. That was the first time since I first started watching Pedro that I was really on Pedro's side. I was like, dude, just destroy this fuck up. Just destroy him. And Pedro did. And I said this on a live, 2 lives, a couple of videos, a few comments. I said it. Pedro killed it. A bit soft. He could have went after Eli harder. It's not an opinion. He just could have done it. If I had been Pedro, I would have just fucking, oh my God, what I would have done. But I don't have the fear of losing monetization, which I think is where me and Pedro are different. At the same time, don't get me wrong, not knocking Pedro. Pedro did a lot of fucked up shit. He did. He really fucked some shit up. Doesn't mean his live with Eli was a jacked up situation. He destroyed Eli. We've all tried to do that, but I think Pedro did the best job. So you got to give credit where credit's due. And I hope the future brings new things. Like maybe I see Pedro in a different light, and I'm starting to. I just wish the whole Glitchgate thing didn't happen. And a lot of you would be like, oh, you did not just bring that up. I'm like, well, yeah, I fucking did. It was real. And a lot of us got lied to over a lot of time. He's talking about losing all this money. Can you imagine the fucking money we lost? That's where Brian got it right. But as Brian would say it, let's continue.
For doing that. And it's you know, the FBI and all of these agencies, all these three-letter agencies, they're all looking into it. The FTC about like who's been doing what and who's been naughty and nice. They've been doing it for well over a year. It just so happens that we got smack dab into the gig economy, the Glitzgate stuff, which is tied into all of that stuff. The drivers are the ones who are suffering out here because they believe the lies of these channels. And there's so many to mention. I mean, there's Jacob Warren. Trevor
God.
You know, Mike, your driver.
Have you all seen Jacob Warren? I know exactly what Brian's talking about. Seriously, put Pedro and everybody aside. Jacob Warren. Just look at the channel.
Mike, I mean, the list goes on, right? You could name them on 10 fingers easily. The really top big dogs that have been lying to everyone. And so their purpose out here is to continue the fraud and the lies for the companies. Even if they indiscriminately just think, well, I'm going to just gain money for myself, and I'm not really working for DoorDash, well, they're still hurting the drivers by lying to everyone and telling them the wrong things.
All right. I know that you guys, some of you don't like Brian. I get that. No big deal. We're not going to have an argument. A lot of us don't like some people that are in the same cliques. Not a big deal. That's going to happen. But what I do know is what he just said was true. When you catch somebody in a lie, it does not make you feel better, does it? Coach Ram, how many times have you caught Eli in a lie? Tammy, how many times have you caught Eli in a lie? My niece, how many times have you caught Eli in a lie? Oh, everybody's wondering who my niece is? Fine, I'll tell you. Nothing but silicone. When you catch somebody in a lie, doesn't that make you like, just your heart takes a second beat? It's like, I'm really pissed off right now. Well, that happened to me. That happened to a lot of people. If we're going to call out Eli, we need to call out Glitchgate to a certain point. Let it go. But don't forget that it happened, people. Please. Don't forget that it happened. Okay? That is no joke. It's no more of a joke than Eli is. Okay? Eli is the biggest joke on YouTube, bar none. But Glitchgate was also a joke. But it wasn't a funny one. I lived through that shit. I did. I know some other people did. And everybody's saying, well, that's fine. You're just butthurt because you don't know how to use the app. I'm like, no, I'm butthurt because I listened to you when you told me how the app worked. And yet you knew something I didn't, but you were telling me something to do that didn't work. That's where all this shit came from. I'm over it. But let's not forget what happened. Just saying. I'm not putting this on anybody. I'm too fucking old to give a fuck. But what I'm not too old for is to understand what did fucking happen. I'm just not, dude. That shit can't go away. You can forget about it and move on, but the past is the past, even when you don't want to live it over and over again. And I think that was starting. It was. Like, let's not forget. We got to pound Pedro. We got to pound Sin City Deliveries. We got to pound all these people. It's like they've already been found out. Now, I know a lot of you are going to say, what about Flex? I'm like, well, yeah, Flex was involved. Sure he was. So was always Cherry Pick. Sure he was. They were involved. They were. But let me ask you a question. If you were involved with something that you don't agree with now, and you've moved on, would you want everybody to just fucking harp on you for the rest of your life about what you did wrong? Let that sink in for a second. Like, who the fuck here is perfect? These guys did something to make themselves money. That's controversial as fuck, is it not? Let that sink in. If you got the chance to make, as Pedro would say, $580,000, would you not do it? Would you not do it? Quit playing games in your circle jerks. Would you not do it? That's the point. Would you not do it? And you say, no, I have morals. Fuck the morals. $580,000 buys a really nice house in any neighborhood. He could leave YouTube at any second. He's got the money banked, house bought. I don't know, man. That's tough for me. And what I mean by tough is this bullshit. Anybody here got a $580,000 ticket that they found on the fucking driveway that they could cash in and buy a home and support their family? They could give a fuck what you guys think. I think that's where Brian is coming from. Just saying. It makes some sense. Does it not? A lot of people say, well, $200 in a super chat's one thing, but a $580,000 house is another. My kids are living good. My parents are living good. We got no bills to pay. Pedro, you did a hell of a lie, brother. You really fucking did. You made Eli look like exactly what it was. And I appreciate that, man. A lot of us do. You really kicked that out of the park. And you kept your demeanor. I mean, you just made him look stupid. And that's what we all wanted. And that's what you did. You and Hannibal killed it. You really fucking killed it. And you even blacked out that fucking shit show black shirt. I thought that was epic. At the same time, are we diverting from the fact that we already knew that Eli was a douchebag? We already knew that. Does anybody need to understand that Eli is a douchebag, a liar, a manipulator, and that he will do anything? He likely has issues with his significant other that do not need to be broadcasted because they're probably somewhere out there in Illegalville. Yeah, probably. You can't do anything about it, though, can you? You can talk about it on YouTube. You can make it stink. But what are you going to do at the end of the day? What are you going to do at the end of the day? That's where I get twisted. The only way it's going to matter is if Eli gets shut up. And we all know he got free speech, man. He's just going to keep on pumping out that shit. Y'all know that, don't you? He's just going to keep on pumping that shit out. You ain't going to stop it. So what's the end game, everybody? What is the end game with Eli? Are we going to raise the roof on how bad he is? Or are we going to stop him? See what I did with my hand? Are you going to stop him? Well, how are you going to do it? Every single fucking word. I said this to Flex last night. The more we bring him up, the worse it gets. Because he's going to keep talking. Well, it is YouTube. I guess it's a battle, man. Am I on fire? Am I going to have to go at Eli? Am I going to have to just rip this shit up? If I do? If I really go all the way with this, without documents, all that shit, I'm going to have to fuck him up with my opinion. Let that sink in. My opinion is based off you guys. I found out about Eli through Tammy and Coach. That's where I found him. And oh my God, the people that were in that room. I was like, what the fuck? I thought they were all trolls. I really did. I thought every single one of them was a troll. Lord and behold. Hey, this is where I shine. I was wrong as fuck. They're not trolls. They literally lit the room up. Tammy has literally disseminated Eli. And I'm like, I couldn't do that. I tried. I did, but Eli busted my balls, man. He told me how wrong I was. He told me what a douchebag I was. He told me I was a hater. I believed him. I went away. I walked slowly into the night. I hid. If you smell bullshit, you're right.
And why are they not trying to band together as a group to try to help the drivers and say, we're going to go out, we're going to be activists, we're going to go to legislation and change the laws? Have you ever asked that of yourself? How they don't get involved in anything like that? Because why would they want to ruin a good thing for themselves when they got a good scam going? So anyways, I want to just say, because I know, Eli, you'll be listening to this. You not the person I really thought you were, Eli. You really are not. I'm extremely disappointed in you, and you said it yourself in this.
Sorry, Mike. I had to take a phone call. I had to phone it in, let Torp take over the show, let the Torpino take over the show. I think looked like he was doing okay. He looked like he was killing it. Yeah, Mike, we are all watching you trip from right here. Torp has used like 5 of the 7 phrases. Yeah, he has 5 of the 7. That's right, Dog Chapman. But see, it's just a real simple communication style, I guess. And it's not a great one. But, I mean, he's talking about shenanigans too. As long as you're having fun, Mike, I'm having fun. I'm having fun. I had fun with Kayla and Nugs. Yeah, the damn cat freaking you out, man. I understand. I had to take a phone call. I apologize, Mike. Yeah, the Kayla and Nugs was fun. I liked that. I don't know if you liked it, but I liked it.
This video that you will.
He fucked up Brian. Dude, Eli, you fucked up Brian. Do you know how hard that is to do? Yeah, I think he does.
You were looking to find a new community. You're jumping around, and that's exactly what the people.
You don't have any rules here, Mike. Not on Friday night. It's Felonious Friday. You go ahead and comment 25 times in a row if you want.
No one got to me at all.
It's not a problem.
I could care less about the bullshit that happened with you, with all of these trolls and everything. You caused that on yourself, Eli, because you said things and whatever. And by the way, yeah, we should forgive people for what they say and what they do, especially if they're sincere or hot, okay? Yes, absolutely. But the thing is, I'm focused on the gig economy. I'm not focused on all this bullshit. And all I've seen from you, Eli, and the other people, we've been sitting back watching you just talk about your trolls and your whole situation and everything.
Just a heads up, I'm 2 minutes past the point that I watched before. This is all new to me. Let's roll.
I haven't heard you once in this video talk about the gig workers, because if you were really for the workers, you'd be talking to Pedro. All you've been doing is kissing his ass, sucking his balls, and the same thing with Hannibal, and telling them that they're respectable and all of this stuff and everything. I really appreciate what you say and all this. These guys, once you're found out to be a fraud and a liar and a, hold on one second, folks. Anyway, some crazy guy just drove by me on a bicycle talking some crap. So you always encounter people on the road when you're multitasking and working, Anyways, getting back to the whole thing. So all you have done, Eli, is talk about the trolls. I have not have you talk about any solutions about the gig economy and anything. That's why, like in Jeff Thomas Black's video, if you didn't go over and watch his video, you probably should, because I called you out in that, right? And
he called him out. I missed that one. Glad to hear it, though.
Oh, yeah. Brian.
You have now been excommunicated.
Brian destroyed the Eli yesterday in the morning show. In the, what is today? Today's Friday, in the Thirsty Thursday morning show. Brian and Keevers had a long talk about the Pedro, and about the Eli and the Pedro and all that stuff. We'll show that maybe after this, if we ever get through this.
Communicated out of the gig economy community, the people who are really here to help the drivers. Because if you really, hold on, folks, I gotta check this for a second. Hold on. So as I was saying, if you were really trying to help the driving community, then you would be doing it on your own, and you would.
No, Eli doesn't do anything on his own. It's all verbatim. Everything Eli does, we all know this. It's all about the money. That really makes me sick. He should have been the vice president instead of Kamala Harris.
Would be making videos about how to help the driving community and talk about solutions and how we should do this. You shouldn't need any of us to be a crutch for you and hold your hand doing it. So the fact that you're not doing that,
Brian's so hacked off. It's
clear
great.
to see.
Brian's just fucking hacked off, and it's wonderful. He's just mad. He's a mad, great man. Mad religious
Now, in
man.
essence, you're not a really bad guy.
Ooh, damn, Brian, I hope you clear that up, because Eli is not only the bad guy, but he's the worst.
You know, you're just doing your own thing, trying to make money, but I'm trying to help the drivers and trying to recover money that they lost. And you're over on Pedro's channel, sucking up to him and telling him how he's respectable and he's a good coach and all this. Are you shitting me, Eli? The guy is an evil guy, and you're trying to associate yourself with him. I just don't understand it.
I do. Eli needs views. Eli needs content. Eli needs money. Eli will do anything he can to do that. I hate to say this to you guys. Here it comes. You ready for it? Stand back. You ever heard that old term that there's no such thing as bad publicity? It's true. Bad publicity will fucking wake up the masses, man. That's what we've all been watching for the last 20 years. Some of us 10. It's true, though. Is it not true? Tell me I'm wrong. If you get bad publicity, people watch that shit. Eli knows this. The more fucked up he gets, the more lies he spews, the more shit he makes up, the more fucking people he fucks with. What happens? His views.
Well, so Torp does go on. He's definitely not giving Pedro and Hannibal's flowers. He's just saying they sucked less than Eli and that they exposed Eli, but they all exposed each other. It was just a bunch of dirtbag dipshits exposing each other for being dirtbag dipshits.
And me are the blame. The only way to stop Eli is to stop watching it. And as long as we stop, that's the only way it's going to stop. As long as we continue, Eli is going to be the Messiah. He's going to be the fucking heart of everything. That's what pisses me off. Anybody that's got a good message gets lost in everybody's message. But if you are the drama, you will get heard. Shout out time. Real Talk with Roy. He says he doesn't like the drama. That's the only thing his fucking channel does. And he calls Eli out. I would like to hear just for once, just one time, somebody prove their point. I don't like the drama. I'm going to stop. I'm going to make content about what I said.
Hey, Coach Lishdash. Good to see you, Coach Glitchdash. We don't know where that Gig Driving Chud is. Gig Thud and Chud, Gig Driving Thrive, but we hope that Kevin's doing good. We ain't seen him on this afternoon. We don't know where his channel is, but that's fine. He probably just hit it for some reason. But anyway, good to see Glitchdash. So I was watching the Torp and I was gaslighting that Pedro. Pedro was in there and was calling him a bitch, and Pedro came in there and tried to do stuff. And no, old Torp gave me a wrench, and I wrenched Pedro right out of there. I just deleted the Pedro and gave him a timeout and a chalky baba. He was real upset. It was real funny. I was gaslighting the Pedro bitch.
About driving, about cars, about the economy. Who the fuck has actually done that? Name one that's just talked about that. I'm not one. I am a drama whore. You all know this. I've never hid that. I'm a drama whore. That's why I'm here. I have no other purpose. I am the drama fucking whore. Some people used to call me the community whore. I have no other purpose. I'm not going to tell you to drive, how to make money, what app is best, which glitch works, which glitch doesn't. I'm not going to tell you that Glitch Thomas Black is the best, that Robert Reese is a douchebag. which I don't totally disagree with. I'm not going to tell you that Eli is a complete fuck up, which I totally agree with. What I'm going to tell you is this. I am a drama whore. I am. I am the drama whore. The reason I tell you this is really simple. It's real. You are on YouTube, guys. All of you. Every single one of you are on YouTube. There's nothing here but drama. If I had the answers, I wouldn't be in this community. Let's, as Brian would say, continue.
I'll be right back, folks. I gotta pick up this delivery. All right, I just picked up my my order that I need to pick up, and so I want to get back into talking about what I was just saying about Eli. So anyways, Eli, if you if you truly were for the drivers, you'd be doing everything. All I've seen ever since Glitchgate broke, and after some of us kind of stepped back, I've just seen a lot of craziness and just talking about trolls and all this. That's all you talk about. You have no content. What content do you have? You call yourself a coach, but who are you coaching? Little kids? I mean, what are you doing? Like, I don't see it. I mean, I don't see any clients on your channel. I don't see anything going on. All you're wrapped up is in drama and controversy, and the rest of this community is trying to get things rolling with what we've been doing. Now, we've had to expose a whole lot of people, and at first I thought you were on our side, but now you're dancing with the devil in the pale moonlight, as they say. Like, really? You didn't even once in this interview up to now, and I'm going to play part of this interview, but you haven't, because I'm going to listen to the rest of it. I've gone almost 2 hours into it, and you haven't once said anything like, geez, what are our solutions we have to help drivers and everything? You didn't even put that on. You didn't ask Pedro any tough questions.
No, he didn't.
He can suck his balls.
No.
Okay, and to me.
All right. I love where it ended right there. Did y'all notice that? Eli didn't ask Pedro one question. Did y'all notice that? Pedro asked him all the questions, and so did Hannibal. Those questions were good. On the record, this is live, never goes away. Google lives forever. Pedro and Hannibal killed it. They did. Great job. I thought it was soft. What I mean by soft is, I think Pedro and Hannibal should have just fucking drilled him. And in a sort of a way they did. But imagine me there. So that's all I'm saying. So, like, boom, right? Just
It was a unicorn gangbang. It was just there were horns and manes and purple and unicorns and feet and tails and furry white fuzzy things and fuzzy mics everywhere. It was just a unicorn gangbang. It was like everybody was involved, Torp. You can't parse it out. It wasn't like one of them was just on top the whole time. They was everywhere.
Just boom. It's like Pedro and Hannibal, they did a good job. Again, it was soft, but I think they did their job.
They're soft boys. Those Pedro and Hannibal are both real soft boys, soft in the head, little bitchy boys. Yeah, my face is bright and weird. I'm sorry.
I do. On the record. Not that I have to say that because it's live. It goes nowhere but besides forever. I don't know what Pedro and Hannibal were doing besides saving their monetization, but I still agreed with it. I did. No, hey, I did. I told it.
Well, I mean, it exposed Eli for what he is, I guess, if that's what you were looking for.
If I didn't, you guys would hear me say it. I could tear Pedro up right now. I'm not, because I don't feel that. I mean, Pedro did a great job.
I'll do it. Pedro's my bitch.
The shit show T-shirt
God, me, Pedro.
was my
Pedro, come talk to me, Pedro.
end all be all. Don't bring that shirt up on Pedro and Hannibal's live. That was just a bad move, man.
Shit show.
To be honest with you, I wasn't too happy with the fact that they blurred it out.
He's a shit show.
I wasn't, because now it doesn't live in history. And that's what we all have is history, do we not? Tammy has history. Coach, you have history. The history is what makes this place move, does it not? We all go back in history to bring shit up.
You can't see me.
So now that you blurred out the shirt, yeah, you had to be there to see the shirt shit show, which I did not agree with. And I told Flex about that. I did. I said it in his live. I think it was last night. I don't know. I'm an alcoholic, so I don't know. But I think it was last night. I was like, I thought that Eli did that because if he got played, he could say, well, it was a shit show. That's what they would say. It was a shit show. And I had the shirt to prove it. Eli noticed something. I've been on Pedro's live. I didn't even try something like that, man. He muted me. I got blamed for fucking leaving when he just fucking put me in the cage. Yeah, I was Kuta Kente. But I figured that was going to happen. I told a few people about that. I was like, yeah, that's what he's going to do. He's going to mute me. He knows who I am. Pedro's not stupid. Tammy said it. He's not stupid. He's a smart man. He knew he was going to mute me. But that was a different day. The only reason it was a different day, just as I said last night on Flex's Live, and Flex knows what I'm talking about. People got to know me from A to Z. The ones that take me from A to like D, they lost in translation. I'm not here to be a translator. Follow it, hate it, deal with it, like it. Do you? I'll wake up tomorrow morning knowing this. I did me. All right, Brian. Continue.
You're full of estrogen, Eli. You don't have any testosterone. Where the hell is your manhood? Where is your balls to put Pedro to the test? You know the shit that he put this community through, and you're over there sucking on his balls? Really? I mean, I'm definitely, you want to talk about calling someone out, I'm going to call you out for doing that. So anyways, we excommunicated you out of this community.
I love that new term, excommunicated. Brian, balls on. Dude, balls on. That is fucking epic. I just heard that term. I think I heard it from Tammy. Honestly, I think that was Tammy that said that first. I don't know if you did or she did. Somebody said it first. But that's the second time I've heard it. Balls, dude, excommunicated. That is Eli in full effect.
You're no longer welcome here. So you're going to have to find another community to join. And it has nothing to do with any of your people because no one got to me, no one told me to make what I'm making. I sat back watching all the shit going on and unfold and whatever, you just go, if I talk about a subject, go, oh yeah, Jesus, I love Jesus, let's talk about Jesus, right? Aren't you Jewish, Eli? You're not, I mean, you don't believe in Jesus, you just went along with the, see, I do. And I have a mission here, right? Your mission is to make money and do what you want. Right, but it isn't really about helping people. It's if you happen to make if the money comes first with you, because if you happen to make the money and you're in some kind of an organization, a group.
All right, I didn't know that. That's something I'm not aware of. So Eli's Jewish and is in it for the money. Oh, fuck! That makes sense. Wow! Pound sign. That makes sense. No shit. Now it makes sense. Eli is Jewish and is in it for the money. I really don't have anything to add.
And so be it. If it didn't have anything to do with money, because if it was about money with me, I would have monetized my channels. I would have been asking for donations. I would have asked for $49.99 chats and everything else, like all you other guys do, or whatever. I mean, during this live that you had with him, Pedro got sent a super chat for $49.99. Now this is leading into what I was talking about the.
Now listen, $49.99 for that price, you can get yourself a Pedro hug. For that price, you can get a full price hug out of that $49.99, and they're giving them away as super chats.
Fact that Pedro made $860,000 in 3 to 3.5 years on his channel. Listen to what he says here. I'm going to play this right
For
now.
all that beautiful bean footage.
Okay, so I'm going to play this. It might take a couple minutes for him to say it, but let's roll this.
Listen, I gotta say this. I don't believe in. Okay, listen, Eli. I gotta be honest with you, bro. You didn't lose anywhere close to $500,000.
Agreed.
No, you can't claim to have lost income unless you can show proof that you had that income stream as a steady stream of income. You can't claim to have lost income you never had because you were going to be successful in the future. That's not the way it works. You can't do that.
I have to adamantly disagree. As a YouTube content creator that does.
Now, why would Pedro say that? Why would?
Because it's true. Just because Pedro was like at the head of the heap on the Glitchgate does not mean he's wrong on everything.
Just most everything.
I want you all to take a step back. One step back. Just because Pedro was a major part of Glitchgate does not mean he's wrong on everything. See, this is where the mentality kind of picks up a little bit, and you start to see things for yourself without being told what to think. Like, when was the last time you fucked up? Did you want anybody to call you out on it? No. But Pedro made a solid point right there, did he not? And I called that out too. Pedro kicked it out of the park on that one, did he not?
No.
Did he not?
No.
Would Pedro say that he says Eli didn't lose any $500,000? Well, because he doesn't have the content on his channel to do that. In other words, he's only getting like 200 or 300 views. Pedro has gotten thousands of views. He has millions of views, as a matter of fact. Okay, I don't even know how much Eli has, but he only has probably a few 100,000 views on his channel. Okay, when you have millions of views, that's when you start making the money, and that's how Pedro made his money. But the way he made his money is through super chatting. And again, I don't necessarily give a shit whether someone makes money, with YouTube.
Mike, did you think we had gone to a zombie universe? Did you think there was a zombie apocalypse, Mike? There's not. We're okay, Mike. We're in a good, happy place. We're in a unicorn happy place.
Let's roll this, because I want to hear what Pedro has to say. Here we go.
Instant on YouTube, you haven't lost anywhere near that based on your views. I think you've lost some money because other people have. Okay, so other people are re-streaming you or rebroadcasting you. If they're getting super chats, you probably wouldn't be getting those super chats because they're giving them to people that don't like you. So those people that don't like you aren't going to support you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is where I think Pedro kicked it out of the park. I said that myself. Tammy got
Back here.
bank. Tammy got bank off of Eli's bullshit. Funniest fucking thing I ever saw, bar none, period. And I think Pedro saw it too. He's not talking about it except for a generic version, but I still respect it because he know what he saw. That was epic. Tammy just fucking killed it, man. She fucking nailed it, killed it. If I had vodka here, I'd do a shot. Tammy fucking killed it. Pedro saw it. That's the one thing that I'm not really pleasant with, is that Pedro knows about it and didn't say anything about it. I did.
Pedro knows everything.
I'm not looking for your support on that. I'm just pointing out the fact that I saw it. Tammy fucking got bank off of what Pedro is saying, which is true. People are getting paid off of Eli's miserable fucking existence And it was so fucking fun to watch. Tammy knows what I'm talking about. And if you guys don't, I guess you got to watch the last 2 weeks of videos, man. I guess. And you know what? Please do. I did. I spent that time. If you're going to be in this community, know your surroundings. Pedro's not wrong.
Okay, that's one. Two, YouTube is very difficult. I've learned that. I've made mistakes on YouTube. I got you.
Mistakes. Pedro stole content from other creators. He would even do. Pedro is such a snake that, like, if a smaller content creator did a subject on something that no one else was talking about, he would actually do a video. He stole my content many times, like talking about certain things. I'd hear it the next day.
This is where it gets weird. I'm sorry, guys, but no, that's an oops. I don't like the word sorry. Nobody means sorry, but it's an oops. The Pedro and a few others have done that. Yeah, a few others have done that. They've taken our content and they made snake eyes, all that bullshit, whatever it is. It's not so much that they did that bothered me. What bothered me is that they got paid for it. Okay? I know what Brian's saying here. It's not so much that they did it, it's that they got paid for doing it. Now, if somebody gets paid for doing something against you, does that not make their point irrelevant?
Day or that night, or within 2 days, something that was totally that no one else was talking about, and I hear him talking about it. And because he's a bigger channel, he knows he has a bigger reach. I don't really care because I'm not monetized and I don't do it for the money, but obviously these guys care, right? So listen to what Pedro says about how much money he lost while he was unmonetized.
I gotta hear this.
Ties. Look, Eli, let me be transparent with you. Based on my calculations and my very consistency, I lost about $28,000 on you.
Did you hear that? I lost, and he's serious when he says that. I lost about $28,000. Now that was it within 3 months. So now that's just average. But take 28,000, right, and go back 3.5 years. How many months is that? That's 3.5 years is 42 months, right? Isn't it? It's 42 months. So then times 28,000 times 42, and how much do you come up with, folks? As a matter of fact, I'm going to do it right now, and I'll be right back.
All right, let me ask you guys a question. You know this talk you guys have heard about with the gig world? DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, Instacart, all that talk. There's a shit ton of it. Am I wrong? Just ask yourself, am I wrong? There's a lot of videos, there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of stuff going on with that. Have you noticed how it's changed day to day, month to month, year to year, all the updates? Who in the fuck has the right goddamn answer about how the fuck it works? Does anybody? Are you going to tell your friends? Are you going to tell your audience? Are you going to tell your clique? This guy knows what's going on. This guy right here knows what's going on.
Well, I know what's going on. It works with artificial intelligence that's incomprehensible and unexplainable to human beings. It's what's going on. It's real simple. But Pedro don't know what's going on. Pedro's just a crazy bitch.
What the fuck time is it in your head when you realize none of this shit is making you money? Not one goddamn piece of it means anything when you're paying bills.
Yeah, he likes
nothing. Absolutely. That's my world. Your world might be different.
Yeah, and drill the Pedro. Drill, baby, drill.
It's a pause for station realism. What part of anybody that you like makes a difference in your world when you're making money? You are here for drama. You are here for the real talk.
I'm here to win.
Are you not? You are here for the fun.
I'm here to win.
Are you not?
I'm here to win.
You see, I think that's where I apply.
Yeah.
I don't play games with your money. I don't play games with charts. I don't play games with anybody's families. I never have. I never will. What I do is very simple. I point out the shit that doesn't make sense to me.
Yep. He does.
When shit doesn't make sense to you guys, don't you just like fucking roll your eyes and say, well, this is stupid as fuck. None of this makes sense. It's all drama. I think that's what attracts people to people like me that just say,
You're beautiful.
The real.
You're also beautiful.
I'm not in it to hear you tell me why I or how I am going to make more money or how my life is going to become better because I listen to you. And then we got Eli, the coach of the world, telling us how life is better. I'm sorry. Oops. It's not going to be better if I listen to Eli. It's not going to be better if I listen to anybody.
Total loser.
My creditors don't give a fuck what Eli's think. My creditors don't give a fuck what anybody on YouTube thinks.
All right, Mike, he can't.
They don't give a fuck. The bill's late. I'm done. I'm done.
He's done.
Eli ain't going to save me. Nobody is. The problem with Eli is he's got this mentality that he believes that if he talks enough, his shit, his word, his fucking mentality is going to somehow straighten out your life in that uneducated goddamn life coach way that I keep hearing about. I just had a motherfucker on my porch when I came home. I'll keep it short, I promise you. My wife was on the front fucking porch, man, and she is such a gentle soul. I promise you that. She's a gentle soul. She can't tell anybody off. That's why she's never been on YouTube. She don't get what I do, but she supports it. She doesn't like it. She's like, I don't know how you do that. I'm like, but she gets me. That's all you guys need to know. She gets me. We have zero fucking issues, man. Zero. But she does like it when I do what I do. I came home today. Dude, I was driving down the fucking street. I saw this guy, this big fucking fuck. I call it a fucking fuck. I don't even know what that means, but I swear to God, this is true. This big guy on my front porch, right? Check this out, and we'll get back to this. A big blue shirt. That's Insight Communications or the fucking cable company they're right down the road. They're trying to sell us some free cable. I'm like, you do realize that free cable is a bullshit statement. Anything free is a bullshit statement. Anything free. There's no such thing as fucking free, man. We are the middle class, man. We get fucked first. Anybody that works for a living gets fucked first. Get off my porch. I don't want to hear about your free shit. If I wanted to find it, I got Google. What the fuck are you going to tell
Get off our lawn. Get off our lawn. Just get off my lawn.
me that I don't already know? Man, I think I scared that motherfucker, man. His titties were wiggling like Eli's was. They were wiggling. He was like, man.
He needs himself some Pedro DoorDash Depend Santiago pants.
Let me just tell you. You don't even know. I'm like, you don't know. Get off my porch. My lady, man. I'll put it like Eli does, because he got that part right. My lady was like, I was trying to tell him, but I didn't have the balls to do it. I'm like, I love you, baby. No big deal. I got this. And I did. Get the fuck out of here. Quit telling me what works for me. Stop it. And I told him that, like, stop. Nothing's free. Nothing. Not a goddamn thing in this world is free. You are sent here door to door to make some fucking money.
Show's free. This show's free. You don't have to pay me anything. It's free. Congratulations. You got something free. Friday night, you're getting it for free.
it was free, you wouldn't be making no money.
That's true. I don't make any money.
I felt kind of bad for a second with that guy. We're going to get back to Brian in a second, but I felt bad for that guy for a second. I really did. I felt bad for him because I pulled a torp on his ass. I was like, do not play me, bro. Don't. I'm not in the mood. I just got done with a 9-hour shift on DoorDash and Uber Eats, and I made my money. Don't take that shit from me playing me for some son of a bitch that's going to believe your bullshit story.
You don't want a piece of torp. You don't want a piece of torp after a 9-hour DoorDash Uber Eats shift, man. You do not want a piece of that. Look at that motherfucker. You want to be on that guy's torp? You want to be on that guy's porch after a 9-hour Uber Eats DoorDash shift? Holy shit, son. You're looking for a beat down from an old man.
So you can take my money out of my pocket to give me something for free. Fuck free. Fuck free. United States ain't free no more. You gotta pay that shit. The government.
You talking to my wife on my porch about cable? You talking to my wife on my porch about cable? Son, I'm gonna hurt you right now. You're gonna get hurt. You better run. I'm gonna count to 3 before I get torque, and you better run. 3, 4, 6. You better run.
The government takes taxes that are free. I blew my gasket, man. I blew my gasket. Let's get back to Brian. That shit's bullshit, man. And I still believe that guy shaking his knees, man. Thank God it was on my property, dude, because I believe he might have called the cops. I was not in a good mood, dude. Don't fuck with me like that. Do not fuck with me like that.
I won't.
No, don't do it.
I won't.
Okay, so I didn't show it here, but I went on the calculator.
Somebody write Torp and tell him I won't.
They put 28,000 times 42. Wait, what do you think that came up with, folks? 1 million.
Mike, you asked for it. I gave it to you. Mike, you said, Jeff, please. And I said, okay, Mike, I'll give it to you. And I'm doing this for you, Mike. Forever. You owe me on this one, Mike.
176,000. Now that's conservatively. That's not exact numbers. Okay, Pedro's figuring that because you know why he's figuring that and why he said that? Because he knows what type of checks Google was sending him in the mail, all right, per month or every 2. Actually, I think Google pays every 3 months or 2 months, or it might even be more. But
it's 1 month. 1 month.
In other words, if you get paid every 3 months or whatever,
1 month.
You divide it by the amount of money it is by the months.
Right?
1 month.
So he knows that he lost 28,000. Otherwise, why would he say it, right? And that was his own doing because he wasn't monetized, because he got demonetized. All right. So let's continue here.
$28,000 on YouTube in 4 months. 1 month I earned. I don't think I'm gonna get it, and I was demonetized for 3 months. Didn't earn it.
So people doubt that.
You earned it, Pedro.
I got to chirp in on that statement. Has anybody noticed a trend here? Look at all the monetized channels that have been bitching about getting demonetized. I gotta admit, this is what I like about lives. Look at all the channels that are getting demonetized or muted.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
That shit wasn't happening 4 months ago, was it?
Yes, to Mike.
3 months ago? 2 months ago? Now all of a sudden it's a fucking theme? Demonetized, muted, demonetized, demonetized, demonetized.
Yep.
Pedro was the first. He was the biggest one known to be demonetized.
Yep. Happy day. It's a happy day.
All right. Well, I know everybody's got their favorite theme. I get that because I got my favorite themes. I ain't going to hold nothing against you. No reason to do that. But am I wrong? How many channels have been fucking demonetized?
Oh, happy
You look across the board, man. Look at all the fucking channels that you're watching. Look at all these goddamn gig tubers, man. What are they doing? They're talking about fucking, I got invalid clicks. Across the board. Over the summer. You seen them. Don't tell me I'm wrong. I mean, you know what? The drama overcame the clicks, did it not? Am I wrong? I'm just asking. I could be. But if you fuck with me on that, I'm going to point you out because
Don't
they
do
have
it.
been.
Leave me alone.
They got demonetized.
I will not fight with you.
Pedro was the first one to get demonetized that was known to be demonetized. Am I happy about it? Give two fucks, man. It's not about me hating him or loving him.
I don't like him.
That's not the point.
No.
Don't confuse what I'm saying with what happened. I could say anything in the world I wanted about Pedro.
Yep.
Makes no fucking sense to anybody. Nobody's going to change their mind about what Pedro did. Nobody. Hannibal included. No change.
Well, Hannibal's.
Unchanged. But what does matter is they got demonetized. They had to battle that fucking problem. Why? They fucked up. They said we fucked up. Well, they fucked up too. When we all going to get on the same page and say, everybody fucks up? Why do you got to call somebody out for fucking up when you're fucking up, Pedro? I understand.
Pedro's a baby.
I know it all too well.
Pedro's a
That Pedro knocked it out of the park for 99.9% of the audience when he pulled Eli up on there. I get that. I was there and I felt it. I was with you guys. I understood it and I felt it. Pedro ruled the show. It wasn't just Hannibal. Hannibal did well, but Pedro with his eyes, and then later on after they rebroadcasted live, Pedro was like, block out shit show. Boom! I've done the same. I ain't knocking Pedro at all, guys. Don't get me wrong. I'll tell you what I think. Pedro knocked it out of the park. All I said was it was too soft. Look back at my comments. Look back at what I said to Tammy, anybody else. It was just a little bit soft. In my opinion, because I think if I
think Pedro's a big, not scary at all poopy pants. Is what I think. And I don't think he's scary at all. I think he's just a little poopy pants, little bitchy boy. And he's a fraud. He's a bad actor. He's just a ridiculous human being. Ridiculous, rage-filled, crazy person. Anal OCD perfectionist, passing himself off as a cult leader.
I had been Pedro on that, I would have just told Eli, dude, you fucked up so bad you lost your whole audience. That's what I wanted to hear Pedro say. You lost your entire fucking audience, Eli. All of them. Everybody. A to Z. Boom. Gone. Done. How in the fuck are you explaining that away?
I see it, Mike. I see it, Mike.
Eli, how do you explain that away?
Mike.
If I lose my whole audience, nobody gives a fuck. Eli, you lose your whole audience, you do give a fuck. You give a big fuck. You've been fighting back from day one. As I hear it, 6 to 7 years. Tammy's got your balls, man. It's not Dawn, it's fucking Tammy. Dawn is an innocent bystander, man. She can't fight for herself. She's told you 100 times. She don't like what you're doing. She don't like you. But yet you act as if you are educating her on life. Dude, her life is fucked up and you're not helping it. How are you being a coach? Gotta roll with... I'm getting worked up.
Pedro that didn't make $860,000. I told you guys before. And by the way, I'm not jealous. No one's jealous of that. We just don't like fraudsters that make money and lie to the community and don't share glitches with us that where the rest of the community can make the same money and make, you know what I mean? So when that happens, that's called fraud. Okay, and he's been committing fraud, and so has an.
Remember, Pedro only wants 3 things from anyone 99.9% of the time, in his own words. He wants to be financed, fucked, or fed. And if you can't do one of those 3 things for him, he has no interest in you. So you got to remember that about the Pedro.
A whole bunch of other channels, like
I'm an expert on the Pedro because he's my little bitch. I'm an expert on the Pedro.
Trevor's Deliveries doesn't probably even use a glitch. He just shows you screenshots of all of these deliveries, these high-end deliveries that he's done over the course of like a month's time, then puts together an edited video to make everyone think that he made $700 a day, which is insane. No one can make that. That's a complete lie. So
Agreed.
He's really a fraudster, that guy. He's a con artist and a scam artist. All right, let's roll a little bit more here.
Money. On my calculations, that's about $28,000. I get decent views. I get decent super chats. I have some channel members. For you to say you think you lost 500,000, it's such a huge number. I haven't made that on
in 6 years. In 6 years.
I understand it, but $83,000 on.
Hey DB, yeah, this is Brian's video. So we're in the matrices, Damien. So we're watching Torp's reaction to Brian's video. You're watching my reaction to Torp watching Brian, watching Eli, Pedro, and Hannah Balls. Check that out. Okay, so listen, you're watching me, watching Torp, watching Brian, watching Pedro, Eli, and Hannah Balls. You're in the matrices. You're in the matrices. We got beautiful eyes. The girls love them, Damien. The girls love them. You get into the green eyes. You go, hey, baby, you ever had green eyes before? Hey, baby, you ever had green eyes? You've never been with a green-eyed man? Well, you should try it. You should try it. Green-eyed Jew. You should try it. Could be better than you think.
Here is a lot of money. I'm not.
Now, listen, I don't care what these guys are making. Who gives a shit? But I haven't gone to Eli's to look at his.
Yeah, clear that up real quick. We do give a shit. That's what we're talking about. Brian, I love what you're doing, man, but we do give a shit or we wouldn't be talking about it. That's why I had to clear the air a little bit. If we didn't give a shit, we wouldn't be talking about it. But, I mean, to say we don't give a shit is kind of a stretch, is it not? Oh, we give a shit, bro. We definitely give a shit. Everybody here gives a shit. There's not one person in this community that doesn't give a shit. That's why they're here. I know what you're saying, though, man. I feel you. I do. I get it. I've said shit like that, too, and I get it. Nobody think I'm sucking Brian's dick. Please don't do that. He's angry, man. How many of us aren't? How many of us aren't angry with what's happened? And you don't know which way to turn. It's like you got to choose this side, you got to choose that side. When the fuck are we ever going to get on the same page? Well, I'd like to know. Yet I probably never will, so I got to keep on being Torp and just fucking torping it up. Thank you very much for keeping me alive.
About page, but I guarantee you, he's not even he's probably not even at 500,000 on views, not at all. Even my channel, some videos I had to pull down or took down or whatever it was. When you take videos down too, and by the way, I'm not monetized, so I don't care. I do care about people viewing the content so they can get the information. I don't care about it because of money, because I'm not making any money. Thank God I didn't sell out to the cartels and the friggin' the whole scam of everything, because that's what a lot of these content creators have done. And but YouTube is very censored, and they don't like information coming out about certain things, especially when DoorDash can pay Google and YouTube to actually suppress people's channels and even get them deactivated. Taken off or whatever. It's a pretty cruel place because you're not free anymore. You can't say what you want to say, and
so on the morning show yesterday, I'll show it after this. I'll show it after this, Damien. We just had a real good discussion. Yeah, no way. There's no chance. There's not enough money. Mike, you're doing good. You're exactly where you need to be, Mike. Mike is tripping balls with us, ladies and gentlemen. Mike is currently tripping balls. So keep your eye on Mental Metal Mike. and give him all the encouragement that he needs to have a good trip. We're tripping with Mike here tonight. Mike, we're enjoying the trip with you. Enjoy your trip.
I'll say what I want to say, Brian. Know that. I will say the fuck I want to say. I will say it loud and proud. I got a lot of shit.
Paymon, we're watching Torp, watching Brian critique Pedro, Eli, and Hannibal's for being douchebag dipshits. That's what we're watching, Paymon.
For, as people will call it, jumping the fence.
It's a multi-layered matrices reaction. It's me watching him, watching Brian, watching Pedro, Eli, and the Hannibals. So it's like a 4-layered matrices cake, Paymon. Nice to see you, by the way.
Brother Broman, Brian. And so everybody knows this. I have no issues with Brian. I know you want to think I do. I know that Brian has subjects that I don't see. I don't. The religious thing, I don't see it. Doesn't mean I don't like him. I mean, if I was sitting down drinking a beer with the motherfucker and he was talking about Jesus Christ, I'd be like, dude, buzzkill. That's not the big deal in the room. That's not the conversation in the room that matters. What matters is that Pedro fucked a lot of people, man. He fucked a lot of people. Big time. Like, I'm going to let that go. Now, I said that, Glitchgate was over in Flex's live. I did, and I meant that.
I'm not letting it go. I'm not letting it go because Pedro still fucks more people every day. That's what Pedro's in the business for, is to fuck people. Feed Pedro, fuck people, or finance people. That's what Pedro wants. He wants people to feed him, fuck him, or finance him. So he's just fucking everybody.
It is over. Doesn't mean I forgot about Glitchgate, man. It has nothing to do with it. I got fucked. A lot of people got fucked. Pedro, dude, your lives are second to none. You have this mentality to where you can play people.
Yeah, Torp's somewhere around 12 natty lights deep. Torp is somewhere around 12 natty lights deep. 12 natty lights deep. Yeah, Pedro quoted himself multiple times saying, number one, he's an OCD anal perfectionist. An OCD anal perfectionist, and then he also said 99.9% of the time, the only thing he wants from anybody is to be fed, financed, or fucked. And then he also said he's an actor and an entertainer. Oh, it's exactly what he'd say. I mean, I'm quoting him. These are all from his videos, man. I can't make this shit up. He talks crazy. So on his Sunday videos, he's a different Pedro, and then on the rest of the week, he's the crazy Pedro. On the Sunday videos, he pretends to be less crazy a lot of times. But he's real insane.
And learn people. I respect you for that. I do. Not everybody has that ability. Pedro and Hannibal are very smart. As people would put it, man, they are. They're really smart.
No,
but that doesn't change.
They might be like smart people amongst real dumb people, but they're not smart. They're not smart. Torp, you're smarter than Pedro and the Hannibal's. Way smarter. Give yourself some credit, Torp. You're way smarter than the Pedro and Hannibal's. Who is watching me? It always feels like somebody's watching me. Mike, are you paranoid? Are you getting paranoid right now, Mike? Mike, are you having paranoid moments? Are you weird? Are you worried that somebody is watching this live stream that we don't want watching us? It's okay, Mike. It's okay, Mike. It's all right, Mike. It's all good. We all find everybody's friends here. It's a good, happy place.
It's the fact of the fucking past. Do you want to live the past over and over again? No, you don't. You do not want to do that in your life. Every time you replay the past, what happens? You fuck yourself. You get raped mentally. So I'm like, yeah, Pedro did a great live with Hannibal. Fucking A-right he did. He tore Eli's ass apart. Timmy tore Eli's ass apart. Damn right. They fucked it up because it should have been fucked up. But don't mistake what I'm saying. Pedro fucked up a lot of people with Glitch. He did. I could say, you know, I said it's over, and it is. I'm not going to mull over it, though. He's not getting a pass because he did a great job fucking up Eli. He's getting a pass because he's moving on. But don't move on, Pedro, because you found a way to move on that superseded what you did. That's where I get fucked up. People like it, people don't like it. What am I going to say? I'm not going to get paid as much. People are going to come my way. Nobody was coming my way when I got here. Not one fucking person gave a fuck about me when I got here. Why the fuck would I care if somebody came my way now? What the fuck am I worried about? What the fuck is the game that I have? If you guys don't know me, it's very simple. I'll explain it to you.
We have some good breaking news in the polling. Is Torp a role model? 45% of you defer and refer to Lisa Surley, the foremost Torpian expert. She makes at least 3 videos analyzing every Torp video, and if you haven't seen them, they're the best. They're the best ones. She blames Torp for being a bad influence on her and making her smoke and drink, and she hates her some Torp. She hates him a lot, and it's real good. She hates him real good. She's amazing. She has a unique wardrobe that she uses continuously. Let's just say a unique and regular wardrobe that's real nice. And she's just real funny, and she's usually real drunk. And I don't endorse the getting real drunk all the time every day and being a drunk person and smoking like Torp. But, you know, she does it real well. She does it real well. So 45% of you suggest asking Lisa Surley, and she's the right person to ask. Then hell no, are you insane? 36% of you. 9% said just no. So that's 45%. That's really a tie between Ask Lisa Surley and a no. And then a full 9% of you, 9 out of every 100 of you, do believe that Torp is your role model, and that is frightening. That's terribly frightening. I'm sorry for all 9 of you, and I wish you the best.
I call out shit. Yeah. I also call out real. I also call out 110. We got a lot of 110s, and we got a lot of bullshit. Pedro finally pulled off something that I didn't think he could do.
Now, Pedro's the king.
He called out Eli in the most epic way. He busted that motherfucker down.
He busted the nut.
A lot of people wanted to do that. Pedro did.
Eli's a nut. Pedro
Shut up.
Him. Eli's a nut. Pedro busted the nut.
Out the fucking Pedro for doing it.
Way to go, Pedro.
Does not change anything about the lies, the manipulation, and the fraud that Glitchgate was.
Right.
I know. That's not going to hit well with a lot of people. I get it. Understood. It's not my problem. I'm not here to fill your problems. That's not why I'm here. I can give a fuck about your... You don't give a fuck about mine, do you? Be honest. You don't give a fuck about my life, do you?
I do.
You don't give a fuck about my job. You don't give a fuck about my rent. You don't give a fuck about my lady. You don't give a fuck about none. Be honest. Just shoot it straight. You don't give a fuck. But what you do give a fuck about is the drama on YouTube. That's where Real Talk with Roy fucked it up. Fuck drama. I say no. Hell yes for drama. Drama is what makes the point. You can't have a real point without drama. You just can't. We found out what real drama was, did we not? Over the last 6 months, the shit's been so goddamn real. Every one of us motherfuckers have been on the same page. And we found new people, did we not? Am I wrong? We found new people. We disagree with them, now we agree with them. And the people that we disagreed with, me and Flex, now we agree. Where was your head at before that started? You were so sure about yourself on the judgments that you made. Now where are you at? Now where are you at? Torp is a fence rider. Flex is fucked up. Pedro is fucked up. Brian is fucked up. Well, actually, Eli and Reese are fucked up. I'm just going to put it out there. That's just me talking now. Reese and Eli are fucked up. That's a hot fucking mess. Let's roll.
They suppress your content. People who speak the truth, they suppress the content.
Well, I mean, Pedro and Hannibal's are both dipshit lying con men. Pedro and Hannibal's are both dipshit lying con men. So how tough can they go on another dipshit lying con man? I mean, that's just not really the place. Pedro and Hannibal's ain't 2020. They're not even 30-30 or 40-40 or 50-50. They're just a couple of dipshits. Pedro and Hannibal's are not qualified to do an interview on a sock, on a condom, on a used condom. So that's why it failed. You're asking two numbskulls to do a job of a journalist. They can't do that. That's too much to ask.
And they shadow ban you. They just shadow ban any words that are associated with your channel so no one can find you. It's very hard, tough thing, Anyways, I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, I had to drop off the delivery. I'm going to just replay a little bit of this. You can hear what he has to say. Pedro, I just skipped over that part. Pedro said, "Oh, you didn't make anywhere close to $500,000," and that's correct. There's no way Eli is making money like that with the content that he puts out. And what clients does he have? You know what I mean? What clients? What do they going and sitting on a therapy chair at his house?
We can't play back.
Psychotherapy time.
We can't. What would Pedro say about his kids? We can't be pussies like Pedro talks about children. Pedro says he doesn't want any pussy children in his house. So we don't want any. We can't be kind and nice to somebody that thinks of children as pussies and dehumanizes people. We can't help Pedro anymore. Pedro's just a dipshit. And Hannibal's is his ball boy, his ball washer. Pedro's a bitch. He won't come on here. I blocked him tonight on Torp's chat. Torp gave me a wrench, Damian Blaze, and I blocked Pedro when he came into the chat. Then he came back to his Pedro Reacts, and I blocked him again. And it was the real Pedro. But so Torp gave me a wrench, and I blocked him twice. Gaslighted that Pedro little bitch right out of there. And I just repeated somewhere around 40, 50 times that Pedro's a bitch in there in different varieties. So it was real fun, Damian. I really enjoyed myself. I had a great time. Yeah, Hannibal suffers from a lot of things. He's been gargling balls so thirsty for so long.
A lot of psychos up there. Anyways, all right, let's roll this.
I have to eminently disagree. As a YouTube content creator that does decent on YouTube, you haven't lost anywhere near that based on your views. I think you've lost some money because other people have. So other people restreaming or rebroadcasting you. If they're getting super chats, you probably wouldn't.
Now, here's the thing.
You don't want to know super chats is Tammy. Tammy killed everybody. Tammy killed everybody.
Not gonna lie, Mike.
She did. Tammy. I don't know if you guys know that.
I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say it didn't happen, Mike.
When somebody does that well, as Tammy did, you gotta give it a shout out. And by the way, I agree with everything Tammy's doing. Know that. Roll it.
He just mentioned super chats, right? That's where content creators make a lot more money, folks, what you need to know. And there's nothing wrong with getting super chatted by people if you're doing the right thing, you're honest, you're making great content, and you're not lying to the subscribers. All right? That's the only caveat there. But when you're frauding them and lying to them and not sharing information or withholding information that critically could have helped someone, that's called fraud.
Getting no super chat.
Whoop, I hit the wrong button.
The best way to make money from Amazon.
Hold on. Okay, back to the video. Here we go.
Bet to that, these goddamn ads, man. By the way, just one comment. He's got 30 of them. Let me find one that I like and I'll get back to the video. Just one. Oh, Jeff Thomas Black. Monday through Sunday, brother. Okay, that's one I chose. Oops. They call me Glitch Dash. Another great video, Brian. Thank you for all that you do for our community. Have a great weekend. God bless you, sir. I said it was going to be one comment, but that's not going to do it. Oh! Nothing but silicone. Good for you, Brian. Seriously. Respect. Thought I do... Though I do personally like Pedro and Hannibal, but that's just me. I wish you well. Fuck. Nothing but silicone? Actually approved of this video. Now I'm justified. Monies.
A lot of money. I'm not making that on YouTube, but your channel is. not my channel. So you're telling me that, dude, you're making 50, 60, 70 grand at least. Okay.
Now let's see if Pedro denies that. He says you're making 50, 60, 70 grand at least. I mean, he's made a lot more than 50, 60, 70 grand because the numbers don't lie. And it's all public record, by the way. You can look up any content created that's monetized because that becomes public record. Like there's a channel called PewDiePie. Some of you may know who he is. He's like one of the first content creators on YouTube. He started in like 2005 or 6, and he's basically a billionaire. Getting lined up. You know what I mean? So he ain't the only one, but there's a lot of said that about Eli. But where the hell are your credentials? What credentials makes you a coach?
I love that. I gotta get a beer. Oh, by the way,
Natty
don't
Light.
pay attention to my
Look at this
pants.
skinny ass.
Don't do
Be
that.
afraid. Be afraid.
Well, the good news is I'm not wearing the fucking
Hold
thong,
on,
so.
this is Mike. Slow-mo, torp ass. Look at that. Look at this man's pants. Oh my Jesus Christ. Oh my Jesus. Oh my Jesus. My girlfriend had tights exactly like that. Oh, they were exactly. Oh my Jesus Christ. Mike, what did you make me do? Mike, what did you make me do? Oh my God. Mike, oh Jesus Christ. Oh my Lord. That's all the way up to his belly. Oh my Jesus, that man is nimbly bimbly. Oh my God. You're all enjoying this on a Friday night. This is real good stuff. That was a lot of torp you got right there. That was a full helping of torp. That was a real full helping of torp you got right there, Mike. That was for you. You said slow-mo. I gave you the slow-mo, Mike. I gave you the slow-mo. You want to see torp in movement. You want to see the graceful torp. That was torp in tights. That was torp in skeleton tights. My ex-girlfriend had tights like that. They were real sexy on her. Good. They looked real good. Oh my God. You need me to rewind it for you there, Mike? We need to rewind. All right, Mike. Mike, the show is for you, Mike. The show is Mike. Mike show. It's the show for Mike. And if Mike says we got to rewind it, we got to rewind it. Just hold on. Here we go. We're gonna get ourselves another heap of That's it. So Torp looks to be circumcised. I'm thinking. I think we just got ourselves a first Torp circumcision sighting. Yet we're at a full 25%er. Good. All right, gotta get that out of the way. Look at this. Wow. Now look at Hey. Now look. That dude looks like Pedro's always talking about his testiculars. No, those are sexy pipes. That's bedroom wear. That's bedroom wear. That's bedroom wear, Paymon. That's bedroom wear. Oh, hey. Look at that. Oh yeah. Baby. Oh man, I know it's wrong of me to just with such lust. Yeah, I'm not picking on the Torp. I'm just as old as he is. I'm older. I'm 2 months older than Torp. I'm allowed to do whatever I want. I'm gonna get off my lawn. Yeah, this will be hard. You're gonna see that Torp dong in your nightmares, metal Mike. Here he comes, he's coming back. Got a new natty light. Got another natty light. Look at them skeleton pants. Holy shit. Stupid copper in his pants. Copper in there.
Like 2 hours. So.
Yeah, he's a freak. Super freak guy. Yow.
Let's roll.
I mean, first of all,
Hang on. Hang on, I'm with you. That's quite a package Torp had there. Torp's doing fine. Torp's doing real well. Look, man, this guy's a legend. This guy's a legend, and I think we're seeing all the reasons that Torp is a true legend in America. You're seeing the greatness at work. You're seeing everything that it has to offer, live, unfiltered, and unfiltered. I ain't making a Torp out of. I ain't making it. You can do it. I'm giving you the license to steal my content. You go ahead and make all the shorts you want. I don't got no time. But you go ahead and make yourself all the Torp weenie shorts you want. You can bait out there, put out all that bait and everything. Yeah, it was real good. It was real good. It was real good. Okay.
Oh, you talk about trolls all day long and haters. I don't even see, you at least lie to your audience and go, hi guys, today I'm Coach Eli. It's a wonderful day to take a walk outside and breathe that fresh air.
Look, man, those boys didn't flash their testiculars, and I think they'd be afraid to flash them in the presence of this real man as well.
And, I want to show you how to be positive today and all that crap, right? I mean, where is that? I haven't heard any of those videos. I mean, at least try to fake Tony Robbins or something. I mean, be like Tony Robbins. I mean, I haven't even heard any Tony Robbins rap from you. It's all been about exposing trolls and all this. And then you wanted to have joined our community, but you didn't. I mean, you because you never talk about anything that is relevant for the drivers. You did it.
I agree 100%. I don't know if you guys do or not, but I do. What has Eli said about driving, other than you drive your car into the ground?
Yeah, this is
things like that.
Make no mistake about it. This is a love roasting. This is a love roasting of Torp. Me and Torp are the same age. Me and Torp are like best friends. I give Torp unlimited amounts of shit because I'm allowed to, because I'm as old as he is, and we know for a fact that you guys should stay the fuck off our lawn. This is a Torp roasting. This is beautiful. Torp would love this if he was here. Torp's only got an attention span to watch like 5 seconds of this, but when he sees 5 seconds, tell him that it was 5 seconds of love. 5 seconds of love, Torp. I love you, man. I love you, man.
I mean, oh my God. My W-2, I drove my car into the ground.
I mean, being simulcast.
Really?
It should be simulcast. All of my videos should be simulcast.
That's a tough one. Where do you draw the line between saying W-2 is better than 1099? Where do you draw that line? Is it a YouTube thing? Is it a drama thing? Is it something that you want to fucking expose? That 1099 is worse or better than I've been on here too long. I almost had nothing left to say. I should have left this goddamn community like 6 months ago. I said I was and I didn't.
I don't know if you could hear what I just told you before, because I don't remember if I clicked the unmute before. Torp's real drunk. I didn't do that. That was his own slurring and a slopping. I didn't do that. He was doing that himself.
I'm starting to question that.
First, when I was on your channel and I was talking to you and all this stuff, but then you just disappeared out of the mist and just kept doing these walking streams talking about all your haters. Who the hell wants to watch that crap? I mean, dude, it's not.
You see, Brian got it right again. Why do you give a fuck about your haters? What are your haters doing? At what point do your haters make a difference in your life? Or trolls? I don't know. God damn, if that had anything to do with my channel, I'd be done. Eli, over here. If my trolls and haters had anything to do with my life, if they had anything to do with it at all, how pathetic would that be? I come up here, I pop, I fucking scream, I talk calmly, whatever it is I do. What difference would it fucking make if I gave a shit about my haters or my trolls, as you would call it, the ones that you block, trying to get paid? That's where your biggest fault was, Eli. Just like Eli. Eli and Robert Reese are the same. They want to get paid. You cannot fucking sell a bunch of middle-class motherfuckers like us and tell us that if you buy that as seen on TV shit, that your channel's going to make sense. Dude, I pass that shit up every day. As seen on TV is a gimmick. Eli and Robert Reese are a gimmick. Let's roll. Well, they really are.
Trying to do something new, because I don't know. I know you're trying to join some kind of a group, but you just don't fit in with our group. You don't. And, you know, I had to call you out. And I did this on my own. No one told me to do it. No one told me to do it. It's because I have my own mind and I can critically think. Man, you should just move on and get off of YouTube or whatever. I mean, and do something else. Go.
This is a weird spot. This is a weird spot. There's a lot of people that don't like Brian. There's a lot of people that didn't like Jeff Thomas Black. A lot of people that didn't like Glitch Dash. This is where it gets tough for me. They all had a good point during Glitchgate. I know that's going to strike some people in a bad way. Well, I'm not here to cuddle your nuts. I'm not here to cuddle your nuts. I'm not. You're doing it until you is your business. That's not why I'm here. But the man makes a point. It's like, why are we all so worried about what somebody else thinks about us? I thought the whole point was, fuck what you think.
Oh, Paimon Ali, you smart, you sweet summer child. Torp was showing off those pants to you. Torp was flashing you his ding dong. Torp did that on purpose. He pulled up his sweatshirt and just showed you the whole Megillah. He did that on purpose, Paimon. Torp's a tease. Torp's a tease. Torp's a hoe. Torp's a shopping hoe. A hoe shopping hoe. Don't let that boy fool you.
Think. Do you? Fuck what somebody else thinks about you, do you? I thought that was always the point. What I've always liked about this website or this platform was when you find somebody that does agree with you, that's a good day. Man, that shit rocks. It does. It doesn't feel bad, does it? Can anybody disagree with me? It doesn't feel bad. It really doesn't. And that's the world that we live in, is it not? When somebody agrees with you, you feel good. Eli, I gotta be honest with you, man. Your transparency is something that President Trump and President Biden should know about. You are so transparent that you suck. You might get more shout outs. You might get more subs. You might get more views if you just kept it real.
You know, do something else. Other than that, I don't think you'll ever be successful here. I mean, you just won't. Doesn't matter whether you rebrand yourself. I mean, I don't know. It's my opinion. All right, continuing.
But 500,000 is a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money, and I know YouTube pretty well as far as the numbers and the views.
Oh, believe me, he knows YouTube very well. How do you think Pedro was able to buy his house? He even did videos talking.
All right, Brian. I get it. I know what you're saying, but here's the thing. Y'all ready for this? It's gonna be a toughie. I know you guys ain't ready for this. I'm taking my time on this one. I'm not exactly the biggest Pedro fan, but when he does something right, I call it out. And when he does something wrong, I call it out. If Pedro made any amount of money, any amount whatsoever, and bought a house or a car or took care of his kids, who am I to say that sucks? Bad call. But Brian, I understand what you're saying. You think it comes from lying? We covered that in Glitchgate. At the same time, that's a tough call, man.
I'm talking to a muted microphone because I'm a dumbass. Don't take Torp literally. Don't take Torp literally. He's a metaphor. Torp is a metaphor for a person who has opinions, who is drinking. Yeah, my mic was cut off. I figured that out. Torp was a metaphor. Don't take Torp just literally because he's drunk and he's just kind of going off and he doesn't pay super close attention. He's, by his own admission, highly ADHD. You just got to watch it for the entertainment value, for the penises, for the packages, for the pants, for the hats, for the glasses, for the Torp Torkin, for the stories about the cable guy on the porch. You got to watch the Torp for the entertainment because Torp is here for the entertainment. And he tells you that. Don't mistake it. He's getting the entertainment value here. And he's also being Torp, but just don't take it too literally. Yeah. You just don't. You can get confused if you take some of it too literally. Don't ever believe anything Pedro says, and just don't take Torp too literally. He's got a good heart in there somewhere. He does. I like the man. He's my BFF, but just don't take him literal.
Brian, that's a tough call. It really is. And I'll tell you why I say that. If Brian is right and Pedro is right, where do you guys meet in the middle with this? Pedro did some shady shit, but yet he took care of his family. In third world countries, man, third world countries where people take care of their families, and they boost their shit up. Can you blame them? Oh man, that just rings.
This is like a sport to Torp. This is like the sport of kings to Torp. This is what Torp. This is a hobby. This is a hobby. This is a hobby for Torp. It's just the sport of kings. Sport of kings, hobby. Torp is debating. He's a master debater. He's a master baiter and a master debater.
Above my head. I'm not saying that Pedro is a third world country, but yet he did some shady shit. Not as bad as Eli by a long shot, but some shady shit. I'm over it. I am. I've been over it. We've all done shady shit. Everybody that says they haven't is complete garbage, in my opinion. We've all done shady.
I'm not your guy for shady shit. I'm a non-shady shit guy. I'm a not shady shit guy. Yeah, he's a cartoon. He's a high cartoon. That's right. He's Scooby-Doo. He's like Scooby-Doo and Shaggy in one. I'm not I don't think everybody has shenanigans and shady shit up their sleeve. I don't. Now, everybody has a past, and we all have maybe done stupid stuff in the past, but that's not who we are today. Who we are today is not shady people. If we were shady people, you wouldn't be hanging out over here.
Shady shit?
Except for Mike. Mike's a little shady. Mike's a little shady. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop.
That's a toughie, isn't it?
He says, he thanked the subscribers. He says, I want to thank all you guys because if it wasn't for you, I would not have been able to buy my house. He bragged about it. You can't just buy a house off of driving for DoorDash, but you can if you're lying to subscribers and telling them how to be a top dasher and acceptance rate matters. You can do it then because you're bringing in all sorts. And of course, if he has non-disclosure agreements written with DoorDash, he can't really speak about it. He could speak about it after but see.
8 minutes till 4:20 somewhere, Mike.
Non-disclosure doesn't trump breaking the law either, and committing fraud. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there's lots of these channels that are committing fraud all the time, and they just continue to do it because if they're not stopped, if they don't get stopped by an agency, a 3-letter one, then they're just going to continue to commit fraud. And that's to be determined still. Anyways, continuing.
And that's the one thing that I know about pretty well, right? So I think you're saying that number to try to make people feel bad.
So that's why I think Pedro got it right. I told you guys this earlier. Pedro, he was on his game.
Well, because it was complete and total horseshit. I mean, that's not a hard one to get right. You can't just say I woulda, coulda, shoulda made $500,000 if I didn't suck.
He was trying to make people feel bad. That's what Eli does. He tries to make them feel bad. That's what his game is. That's what I see.
You'd be wrong, but $500,000, bro. That is a lot. That's a shit ton. That is extremely difficult. Less than 1% of YouTubers make that kind of money in 6 years.
Pedro made it in 3 years. He made $860,000. Look it up, folks. Go look it up. You're going to find a couple of sites that will misrepresent that, but you'll find, and I can't remember the ones I found it on, People think I get it from Social Blade, but I don't get it from there. It's a whole...
Oh, Social Blade. Give me a fucking break on Social Blade. Jesus Christ. What the fuck minion shit is Social Blade? Everybody's got an opinion on Social Blade. Why? Because it's a fucking opinion. The goddamn thing changes every hour. All right. I've heard about Social Blade since 2009. 2009! Oh my God. I can't believe anybody bases anything off of Social Blade. It's a base. Know that. It's a base.
Whole lot of other, you gotta, when I was doing that research, it was back when Glitchgate broke, because I had to know what, I was looking up different YouTubers. But yeah, that's accurate, because if you break it down, it comes out to like, $230,000, $250,000 a year, including...
Oh, by the way, Robert Reese, that was a direct shout out to you. You're going to use Social Blade to move your channel to the next level? Like we don't know what Social Blade is. And you're the would-be all-knowing motherfucker. Dude, I am so ready to go off on Robert Reese. I am still talking to the Rev. I'll leave it there.
Super chats, subscriptions that people pay, the $49 that he was charging to be on people's channels and everything, okay? Like, when he'd say, I'll appear on a channel, and he'd take $50 for going on an interview, you've got to think of all of that combined and everything else. And then not to mention all of Solo, Buckle, all of the things he pushed as third-party apps and stuff. It's not unheard of to be a millionaire from YouTube. A lot of people have done it, and that's low. That's on the low end, folks. Okay, I'm only gonna play a few more minutes here because I can't stomach watching it. But I did these clips so you could hear what Pedro himself said. So he said he lost $28,000 within 3 months because he knows what he was making consistent.
If Pedro lost $28,000 in 3 months, let this sink in. Was that not his main income? I thought he said he had vending machines and other business ventures. What, you guys didn't think I was going to bring that up? Are we keeping it real or are we just going to play circles here? $28,000. That's a big fucking number. So technically, according to Brian and Pedro, AdSense is Pedro's biggest revenue. Huh. We have a lot to learn, don't we?
So if you take 28,000 times it by 42 months of the time that he's been on YouTube, it comes out to over $1 million. But if you want to drop it back and be conservative, he absolutely made $860,000. Now, who gives a shit? But I care when someone's lying and frauding the community. That's when I care. Who cares about the money he made? I don't care. No one cares about that. We just want the lying to stop. That's all.
Yeah. It's going to be a lie across the board, brother. Everybody lies. Or he lies.
This is very...
And this, I'm not focusing so much on Pedro in this video. I'm focusing on Eli for going over there and sucking Pedro's balls and being a scumbag.
Okay, that was awesome. That was awesome. Because that's exactly what Eli did. He sucked Pedro's balls. He found one way to suck somebody's balls without getting flagged for it. You gotta love Eli for that, don't you? Wow.
To do it because he has allegiance to the community that was helping drivers. Well, where's that allegiance? If he has true allegiance, Eli will do everything in his power to make sure that all the drivers are taken care of well, and he'll go to Congress and he'll fill out paperwork.
All right, check this out. This video is about over. I don't know if I made a point or not. It's technically irrelevant. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you guys on a different note. Yeah, that should work. I just hope these motherfuckers didn't do shit wrong. Oh, that was probably copyrighted. The last time I did this got copyrighted, but I was doing Vivo. Actually, this one might work. Oh, here come the ads.
Well, that was great. That was great. That was real good. It's 1 minute away from 420, somewhere in the world. I like Drunk Torp. Yeah, sometimes the Drunk Torp's a friendly Torp. Sometimes the Drunk Torp's a friendly Torp. Don't like the sober one. Okay. Gotta say, if I show up, no tip, but got flashed some tits, I might forgive him. Exactly. That's precisely the point I was attempting to make. That's a point, approximately part of the point I was attempting to make. Wow, that's great. That's exciting, Mike. Now here you go. Here's yesterday. Here's yesterday morning. Now this is breaking news. You think you saw something there? You think you might have seen something? You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing. Here's more. Here's more of whatever you just didn't see. Make me smaller, that bigger, and we'll go right there. Like the M&M's, Keevers, they hate America.
They certainly do.
They hate America. Well, so we're going to add a friend to the show, Keevers. We're going to add a friend to the show. The person's name is Brian. He's actually a cat, but he's a real feisty cat. And hi, Brian. How are you?
But
Can you guys hear me?
we can
Yeah, we
hear
can
you,
hear
and
you.
I need
I
to know
haven't muted you yet.
before Jeff chimes in. Is part of your anger due to the fact that the Patriots have been terrible for 3+ years? Is that a base level anger?
Who's been angry for 3 years?
I said, is part of your anger on a daily basis being
Oh,
higher
yeah.
than normal?
I don't want to break in. I don't want to break in on the anger fest, on the rage fest. But has anybody noticed my hair this morning?
We've noticed it, Jeff. It's not important.
Well, we had the plumber here yesterday, or the day before when I was naked. We had the plumber here.
I could
during the
freaking
show.
mute you. If
It
I
looks
could
good.
mute you right now.
You could if you ran the show, but you don't. So we had the plumber here, but check out this Jufro I got going this morning. This
It's
is real
the
good.
best
This is
Jufro.
real this is fluffy. This is fluffy.
So
You-
I'm going to finish my question.
You get your fingers stuck in this stuff.
I'm going to finish my question, Jeff, because
Okay, go
it's very
ahead.
important.
I just had to point out
Yes. And the community needs to know, Brian, is your base level anger that you start off on the day higher than normal because our team, the Patriots, have been dog shit for 3+ years?
Oh yeah, they've been really bad with Mac, whatever his name is there.
Trash dog. Yes.
Yeah, you'll never see them ever win a championship again. That's for sure.
Do you think Belichick should retire, or should he get McDaniels and Patricia back?
Retire.
Ooh, strong sentiment there.
Yeah, that's all over. We had the glory, didn't we?
Yeah, it's okay. You know, we had 6 in our lifetime. Well, 6 in our lifetime, so we're good.
That's right. So, anyways, I've been punching the plaster out of my walls at my house, going berserk, putting my hands through the walls and everything, taking it out on the walls because, I want to take it out on someone else, but we got to change the world, boys, and start waking these people up to this fraud of the gig economy because it's getting worse, and people are all in on it too, the content creators. Not all of them, but a lot of them have sold their souls to the devil. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world but lose his soul? But for YouTube. So in other words, if you're going to sell your soul, at least buy the entire world. Don't sell it for YouTube. Get Google AdSense.
Makes sense.
So, anyways, we all saw, we saw Pedro and Hannibal's video with Eli on there, and I'm going to break my silence on a couple of things here because,
Brian? Hey, Brian.
Yep.
I am also a cat.
I know you are.
We got a cat, and then we got Keevers, and then we got a cat, and then
I'm a pussy cat.
Yeah, Keevers. Stay on the screen.
Well,
We need your good looks. We need your good looks to draw the YouTube views. Thank you. We need.
Well, that's a picture. That's a picture of Bye Bye. He's 25 years old, by the way, in that picture.
So that is an amazing, beautiful cat. Hello, Bye Bye, and Odin here playing Odin's Halloween vampire costume. Odin is 18, so we got two real old cats up here. Beavers. Both of these cats are smarter than you.
That is true.
Yeah,
I'm not very
there's
smart.
no fucking question. There's no fucking question.
I am a big cat fan and a dog fan, but
Yeah, so Brian,
I'm down to one cat.
Keith,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute Keepers because he just annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna mute myself, and then you just talk for a while so I can go phone it in.
Me too.
Okay. So we I was going to critique a video about the whole situation, and I have to just say this. Like, first off, when Glitchgate first broke back in August, and I had found your channel, Jeff, through Torp because he was mentioning you, and I saw the beginning of the end of DoorDash. I was being warned or emailed by some people saying, hey, this guy Eli is trying to get in touch with you and this and that, and I was like, I thought, okay, who is he? I didn't even know him at all, nothing, so I was like, oh, okay. And then I saw this wonderful video on me, talking about how he really loved the content I was doing, and I thought, oh, this is cool. And he was saying he was going to try to help the gig workers and stuff, so I thought, oh, great, we need more people on board, And I just assumed he was doing that type of content for a while. I didn't know, and apparently he just kind of jumps in from, I guess, community to community. Now, with that said, I've spoken with Eli and stuff, and I don't think he's a horrible guy or anything. I just think that his allegiance is to no one but himself, and he just kind of, from what I see now, because I've been sitting back watching a lot of these videos, a lot of live streams. It takes a long, long time to watch all of them because you got to sit there for hours and hours of content. And it's not just his; it's a whole bunch of others. But in my estimation, or what I want to say is that I am officially excommunicating him out of this gig economy, because if you want to talk about any leaders in this community, I'm the leader of this community. I'm going to step up to be the leader. Okay, there's no one else going to be the leader but me, because I've been doing this on my own for 2 years anyways, except for when Glitchgate happened. And I'm not putting anyone down. I love all of you. I want you to join the whole thing in exposing the lies, the fraud, the manipulation of the gig app companies. And I always was fighting for the drivers. I never did my channel for money, and I never will. It has nothing to do with money, making it on Google or anything like that. But when I'm out on the road, I want to make the money. So along the way, hey, I love all the people joining the bandwagon. The problem is they have no allegiance to this community because they're not staying steadfast. And I am a steadfast person, and I follow through with things that I say. I try to, at least. But I don't flip-flop, and I don't go backwards. So what I've been seeing is a lot of that. Now, knowing that Pedro DoorDash Santiago is a complete liar, a shill, a corporate man, person who only cares about himself, doesn't care about the gig economy, doesn't care about anyone else but how he makes money through his Google AdSense and his super chats and his subscriptions and all of that crap, and then lying to the community about the glitch. And he knew about the glitch before May 8th. That was a complete lie. He used that as an alibi to try to say, oh, I have people that will, why would you come out and say, I have witnesses that will attest to that? Hey, I can go to 5 of my friends and tell them, hey, listen, I need you guys to lie for me and tell people, certain thing. And if I have 5 friends that would lie to me, no problem. I mean, lie about what I would say if I was going to lie about it, right? So he had an alibi all set up. He knew about the glitch way before, going way back to glitching. He'd been using that glitch ever since. And so and it's clear to see because he went from no tip, no trip to the Mr. Bet on You one day at a time and all of this stuff, and telling people, oh, top dasher matters, acceptance rate matters, while he was using the glitch and never told anyone. Then when he got called out in the stream, he tried to backpedal and defend himself in his own stream when Torp and Glitch Dash was in there. So now it comes up to Eli. When Eli came on board, when that broke and everything, right? I was so inundated with so many things going on, trying to research everything, and it was cool to have, Eli come in at first, but then and I thought, okay, he's here to help the community, but all he's ever been doing now is just talking about the trolls every time. It's like, but if I come into the stream and talk about a certain subject, even religious things, is, oh yeah, I love Jesus, this and that. It's almost like he's doing it to appease the person who's trying to talk to him so he can get in there with you, right? And it's like, man, what is this with this flip-flop and going back and forth? And then he's the way I see it, that's being a traitor to this community by going into Pedro and Hannibal's live stream. Why would you want to be dancing with the devil in the pale moonlight with Pedro on a stream when we know that he's a complete liar? And then you have Hannibal that's rides shotgun with Pedro because he's trying to suck subscribers off of Pedro to get more people to watch his channel. Hannibal hasn't done any ride-alongs or anything. He doesn't even do DoorDash or any of these apps anymore. I think all he does is really what do you call Rover or whatever. And then Pedro has no content to really bring to the community anymore because there's nothing else. What is he going to do? Continue to lie to the community, which he is, because Eli asked him, oh, now the Glitchgate is exposed. What are we supposed to do now? What are you going to do now? And he says, oh, I have plenty of content because there's more people coming from Google and YouTube researching, how to be, basically how to drive for DoorDash. And he knows that when you search, how do I become a DoorDash driver, or how do I make money with DoorDash, we know the first person that comes up in the search results is Pedro Santiago, right? So he knows that he could still manipulate and lie to all the new drivers that come into the community. He's not worried about the people who already know and have exposed him. He wants to brainwash all the new cult members that come into his cult community drinking the Kool-Aid, like Jim Jones. That's how Jim Jones was able to bring all these cult members over to the People's Temple and bring them to Guyana and execute them out there. In a way, this is the execution of all the drivers, because the drivers are getting fleeced, lied to, manipulated, stolen from DoorDash, ripped off every day. They steal from the merchants. They do all this stuff. And then we have content creators that are going to come around and say how wonderful DoorDash is and the gig economy is great, when it's a big AI roulette gamification, gamblification system that's here to fleece the entire all of America and all of the world. Now that the cat's out of the bag, so now you have Eli going over and agreeing and telling that Pedro can be a life coach and all this. We're gonna take advice from someone who's psychotic and a maniac, who goes berserk in a store because he's angry because he has to stand in line for 15 or 20 minutes and he doesn't have patience, right? Then we're gonna go and watch him, and he's gonna wear many hats, put hats on. Now, Eli, I understand you got to make money and everything, but that's not the way to make money. And it's not a way to make money by turning on the drivers and turning your back on them. What you've done is make a mockery of our community and make us look bad, when in fact we're telling the truth, right? And you should stick with the truth, not stick with liars. So you look like a fool and an idiot by being over at Hannibal and Pedro's channel. So now that you've gone over and been on his channel, why don't you join him? Because you're no longer welcome in this community. You have been excommunicated from this community, okay? We don't need you in this community. We were doing just fine without you, okay? And money isn't everything, okay? Money is not my God. God is God, okay? So, yes, I'm pretty upset and angry because there's a lot of bullshit that was said in that stream. And all that does is reaffirm the lies for Pedro and Hannibal to stroke their own egos, for him to go in there and he goes, oh, I'm not sucking Pedro's balls. Yes, you were. You're just deflecting the fact that you were sucking his balls, and he loved it. But you got to understand, the rest of the world now knows the truth of what's going on with Glitchgate here. That's been exposed. Each and every one of you, it's your responsibility individually to share that information with fellow drivers on the road, your friends, your family. Get it out on Reddit posts, everything. Because you on YouTube, even though we have channels here, our channels, including Jeff Thomas Black's and everyone else's, is being suppressed. They don't want that information out there. So they push and push up all the bigger content creators to get all of the lies out. Like we have this guy, Jacob Warren, who's been around, the Jeff Thomas. I critiqued one. I'm putting up a critique video on him real soon. Jacob Warren. He's another corporate fluffernutter. All of these channels are here to lie, cheat, and steal from you. Do you understand that? They're helping these corporations that are fleecing the rest of the drivers. We can no longer put up with that. And there's a new standard that's coming about where these content creators are going to, if they want to start continuing to keep putting out content, they're going to have to prove that they're doing, live streams that show exactly what they're making, because no one's going to believe the edited videos.
Yeah. So Brian, I'm with you. After doing some of the research, and I do my research a lot of the times as keeping those on the show now. I'll look stuff up on the show. And I think what we're seeing is that all of these bad actors are basically product placement for DoorDash. They're who comes up when you search DoorDash on the Google Fi. They're who comes up. So these guys are being fed by the machine. So we got to take them down. Pedro's
absolutely.
Pedro works for BlackRock. Pedro went full Nazi on us. Anyway, Pedro dehumanizes people if they, in his mind, commit sins. So Pedro literally says people are subhuman. He went full Nazi. Pedro needs to go. They all need to go.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the thing is, like, I don't personally, like, I have nothing against Eli or anything like that. And I don't believe in what's going on.
I'm there now. I got stuff against Eli now. I don't have to share it because I don't really care. But I don't know the guy, but I can't stand him. Him.
The thing is, I just don't like traitors. I don't like someone who's going to go on another side and go over there and kiss their ass when they're in the wrong. They're in the wrong. It's you just don't do something like that. So he's excommunicated out of this community.
And Brian, we watched the show last night. I muted about 2/3 of it, which improved it considerably for the audience. But the parts that we were dipping into, they were making it clear that the reason that they want to collab is that the Google Fi feeds them the newbies for their cult to chew up and spit out as impoverished tent dwellers. And so that's the game they're into. So all of these corporate folks are just into impoverishing people and sending them homeless and profiting off that as they just chew up the new people. And so now we have all the people with intelligence, right, that can tell the difference between a cult leader and the truth. But the new people coming in, if you go to DoorDash or if you go to the Google Fi YouTubes and put in DoorDash or you put in any of these things, you're going to get one of these dipshits. You're going to get the Jacob Warrens. You're going to get the Dash and Black Leg, Wet Leg. You're going to get the Mikes. You're going to get the Pedros. And see, they're selling the app slavery, which is why they don't like the term. They're selling the app slavery. They should just go on app slavery. And of course, Pedro's a product placement. Pedro,
absolutely. Why do you think when they search for a name, like if you put how do I make money with the gig economy of DoorDash, why do you think none of our channels come up? Because they don't want people.
Listen to this, Brian. So you know the Daily Dot that covers all the fake news about DoorDash, and they cover all these fake things and fake viral videos and stuff, and it's all fake, right? It's advertising. It's paid advertising. A lot of it's critical of DoorDash. DoorDash don't care. That's just good stuff because it's only advertising to us. Nobody sees that but the app slaves. It's all targeted. So they're showing us news for us, which is designed for us, not other people. It's only news for us. So the rest of the world isn't seeing it. And we're seeing all this salacious gig economy news through the Daily Dot because it's a fake newspaper. It's just work for shitty writers. So they put out these advertorials. Business Insider put out the advertorial with Dashing Wet Leg and your driver, Matt, Mike, and Mark, right? We can see here that these people, this is what Glitchgate exposed. We broke them, Brian. They're all exposed now. They're all fully exposed as corporate shills because that's all.
Right.
Well, what we take them down. That's the phase that we're in now. It's going to be a fun phase, Brian. Because
what we have to do is get more information out to the public because we can't rely on just Google and
right. Google's in on it. Google's in on the scale.
Right. So they're suppressing channels like us, Jeff. Right. They're trying to
And remember, so this is all a global organized crime scheme. So the advertising is feeding the company, which is feeding the advertising, which is feeding the company, which is feeding the global scam, right?
Right.
Which is feeding the Pedro glitchy pantses of the world, the bitches of the world, like Pedro's a bitch. And see, Pedro
That's right.
on my show because Pedro's a bitch. And
Yeah.
Pedro made a video for me yesterday, and he's such a bitch he won't even say my name. And then last night, one of my favorite parts of the live there, Brian and Kiever, is Pedro said he's only made one live video in reaction, and he took it down. And guess who he made that for?
Oh, you?
He made it for me. Do you know how special I feel? Do you know how special I feel? That almost.
So, I don't know if you also realized he mentioned something about content. He mentioned, what if my daughter were to look at content that I put up?
Oh, I love that part. That was a good part.
I think he was talking about the whole meth looking in the hoodie. That's probably what he was referring to, because he looked like a meth head in that hoodie.
Right. Yeah. Or it could also mean like the grocery store tantrums and stuff. That'd be real.
That's true. Could be.
Saw anybody doing that?
Kiefer, what do you think about what I talked about here? You want to elaborate a little on that?
So the whole, I'll touch on the Eli situation first, because I've said this before. I never followed Eli, never watched any of his videos. Interestingly enough, after I made the criticism of life coaches, he gave me a fucking wrench.
Yeah.
So I never, even when you guys were, when he was like with you guys, and the only thing I knew about him was that he had 4 months of gig work. I've been doing gig work since 2019.
Right.
I would never in my life listen to someone who injected themselves into a community for 4 months and all they brought was drama. So I've never really looked to his content. I've never, even though you guys may have said like he's part of the movement, I never looked at him as a true, because he doesn't even know. I watched his interview with.
Just to clarify, I never told any community that Eli was part of anything other than being alive down here in the sewer with us, and I'm not capable of kicking people out of the sewer. I never endorsed this feller. This guy dropped my name so many damn times, and then when he threw his little tantrum after I told him he had to disappear from my world because he wasted too much of my time, then he's like, "Oh, Jeff said he'd come on shows. Well, he never came on shows." I never once agreed to go on any show. Eli continually invited me into shows that he was on because he thought he could use me, and I didn't show up. That's not going on a show, Eli. That's inviting me to a show that I don't want to go on, and I don't want it, and I never wanted to appear with you, Eli, which is why, guess what I never did? Guess what I never did, even then, Brian?
Listen, I give people.
I have never been on a screen with Eli. I've never shared a voice call with Eli, any of the above. And so this guy runs around acting like, oh, and then, by the way, he'd send me emails saying, "I want to talk to you." And I'd reply, "Go, here's my phone number. Go do it." And he never called me. And then he tells people, "Well, Jeff never responds, whatever." This guy's he's just a liar. He's just a gaslighter because I gave him my phone number, everything. He never replied to anything. I never invited him on my show, but he never invited me on his show. He said,
"Listen, I give people the benefit of the doubt. I give them a chance."
I give them a down. Just to be clear, I would not have gone on his show, but he never invited me. So this is then he's running around all like he's butthurt, and that's why today, Brian, we got our special sponsor this morning for Pedro and for Hannibal's and for the Pedro and the Hannibal's and the Eli's. I got us some hemorrhoidal cream, some of the finest cream. It's Top Care, which is like a brand from CVS. It's real good stuff. Pure hemorrhoidal cream for all your butt hurt.
See, the thing is too, as we talk about Pedro, right? That strokes his ego, right? But the gig economy doesn't revolve around Pedro.
Yep.
Pedro is just one of the idiots that's out there that's lying and fleecing the drivers. Okay. There's a lot of other content creators, which that's why I'm here. I'm Superman. I'm the one that exposes all these idiots. Okay. And you write the book about the gig economy, so it comes together just like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You know what I mean?
And
but
this was the interesting thing, Brian, is that I reached out to Pedro, honestly, too, and all he ever did was troll me and gaslight me because he doesn't want the truth of my work. He doesn't want the truth of your work. He's gaslighting the entire community by pitting himself against people telling the truth.
Why? Hey,
and
Jeff.
pretending he's some kind of martyr or Jesus character and telling people
Well,
he's the king. This guy.
why
Pedro,
would he join us?
Hey, Pedro,
Why would he join us
watch
when he's making $860,000 in the 3-4 years that he was doing this? He's made a lot of money.
Brian, he wants to talk to you about that. He spent a lot of time with the Hannibals and the Eli talking about that he didn't really make that kind of money, and that was just a fluffer and utter lie.
Well, oh, really? Okay. Well, you want to hear a fact? You want to hear some facts?
I like
right.
Facts.
Here's the fact that every content creator that is monetized, right, is public knowledge, and you can look up their public records and find out exactly how much they made with Google, including super chats and subscriptions. Okay, it will tell you what they made in the time they've been on the channel. They have to.
Are you saying Pedro's lying? Are you saying Pedro's
lying? Absolutely, he's lying.
Okay.
That's you could prove it yourself by just researching what I just told you. Every person who's monetized, it becomes public record.
So
because
why would he lie about that? And by the way, Eli mentioned over and over that he claims $500,000 of lost income from his trolls.
Well, first of all, I mean, I don't know. Well, I've never looked up Eli. We could look up what he's made on his channel. I think he mentioned something like he only made $6,000 or $7,000 or something. I don't have a problem, with people making money on Google AdSense and all that, as long as they're doing something to help people and help drivers and help the community. When you're lying to your community and then making money and you're using glitches, that's called fraud. That's frauding the community, and it's against the law to do that. So there's a lot of people under investigation right now, by the way. Did you know that, Jeff? A lot of people. And the FTC is looking into it too.
I think a lot of it we don't know, right? I mean, Hyde Chair Hodio Steve claimed that.
Right.
Hyde Chair Hodio Steve claimed that there's a federal investigation underway, according to David Pickerel, the CEO of Pedro Works.
Right.
They claimed there was a RICO Federal Trade Commission investigation. That was what those two guys claimed to me directly, or not.
That's
I'm
right.
sorry, Steve. I want to make sure I say this properly, Brian, because this is about facts. Steve claimed that to me directly that the FTC licensed federal agents had contacted Steve Johnson, Hyde Chair Hodio, and told him, keep doing what you're doing. We are watching you. That's what they told him.
Yep. And he was correct, but then he backpedaled and stopped talking about it, didn't he?
Well, he also stabbed me in the back, which was real weird. Now he runs around. He's a real creepy fellow. He runs around. He's got real dark images. He's like real apocalyptic, real weird images with his stuff. He runs around. He's like a vampire or something. That guy's fucking weird, Brian.
Now I gotta mention something. That's important, because this is important. And I like this guy, and I've given him many shout outs, and I'm not going to say anything bad against him, because I haven't found anything to say anything bad, with the exception of that he was on Rideshare Rodeo's live last night, and that was Gig Geezer. He's been going on to his show, and I don't know if Steve got to him and just hey, come on the show, whatever. I don't know what that connection is there, but it's not a good connection, because I don't know. What do you guys think about that? What do you think about that, Jeff?
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, we got to realize this. So I have gone on because I'm a writer, or I'm not, one or the other. I have gone on January 29th. I was on the Rideshare Guy, and they talked about the first 4 chapters of my book. And Zach drives money trains on people with payday loans. Actually said he read it and liked it. He said I should be a writer, which was real funny, because I said, my mom and dad said the same thing. And, and so I was on that show. Now, that's a real corporate show. And so then I was on Hyde Chair Hodio with Steve before he stabbed me in the back. I was on Pedro Works with Steve and David Pickerel. I've been on the Gig Economy guys from Gig Economy podcast from Grand Rapids. I've been on I don't know. I mean, I've been on a whole bunch of them.
Right.
too many to remember and count. But see, that doesn't mean I'm affiliated with those fellers, right? Just because I've
Right.
been on their show. Now, and so it's not, I don't hold Gig Geezer responsible for what corporate
Oh, I
shenanigans
don't
he
either.
goes on. But I want to make a point out of it, though. I want to make a point out of it.
Okay.
So the Gig Geezer knows me, and I know the Gig Geezer, not personally, but we both recommended each other's work, and he said nice things about me, and I've said nothing but nice things about him. I got no problem with the Gig Geezer. He's in a very different business than us now. I see him as somebody that tells a lot of truth, especially about the van business. I mean, he talks about losing money and everything. So I like the guy. The fact that he's going
I
on
do too.
the fact that he's going on the corporate channels doesn't really mean. I mean, the Gig Geezer will come on this show, I believe. I talked to the Gig Geezer, or I mean, I've messaged with the Gig Geezer coming on the show, and we can talk to him about it. But I'm a real fan of his in general.
Me
And,
too.
And so, but Hide Your Hodeo is just a scuzzbag, and Hide Your Hodeo is just a podcast host. It doesn't really matter to me. But
Can I
but
interject real
let me
quick?
make that clear that Cody, Wild Alaska, and myself and many other people know that you don't want to get yourself anywhere near that Steve Johnson Hide Your Hodeo. That's a scummy, scuzzy, dangerous.
Oh yeah, I know about the Cody thing. Hold on one second, Keeper. Yeah, that was an interesting story about Cody. Well, what happened there? I mean, that was amazing. Anyways,
Now,
back
Brian,
to you, Keeper.
Brian, you may be giving this young man shit, which I completely approve of, but you know this young man's name is actually Kevin, right?
Is it?
Yeah, it's Kevin. It's actually Kevin. His name,
It's
the
a
name
joke.
of his channel is Gag, Chode, and Thud.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
it's Gag, Chode,
So
and
the
Thud,
joke
but
came
his
from.
name is Kevin.
Oh,
So let me tell this backstory
I just
real
tease
quick.
him a lot.
I got a couple things.
Well, also,
there's a couple
Brian,
things.
I'm real old. I forget his name a lot of times. I just say whatever comes out. I just say whatever comes out. It works. As long as it
there's a
starts with
backstory.
He knows I'm talking to him.
Yeah. So here's the backstory. So before, I used to hang out on the Geek Wars official channel a lot, and just because like Red, and all them, they're pretty cool to talk to typically. Dad Dash came on a couple times while I was on there.
Wait.
He knows
are you talking
my name.
asking for slutty catfish, or are you talking to me?
No, it was asking for slutty
Okay,
catfish.
because I didn't go on. Okay, good. All right, I'm Dad Dash,
and
just to be sure.
So he watches a lot. So he knows my name is Kevin. He knows my channel name is Geek Drive and Thrive. So when I made that video, I made the reaction video to you and Eli going on Robert's channel, and talking about the trolls, how they took over the interview, how nobody was paying attention because of that. The interview was good, but
Kevin,
the
the
trolls
host of the show, when you use a pronoun, you got to identify the person. There's two people on here. When you say you and Eli, people on the audience might be thinking me.
Sorry.
And you're going to get people thinking that I went on a show with Eli, which didn't happen.
Well, I'm explaining this to Brian because
I'm coaching you through it. You're a good young kid. Keep going.
Okay. So when Brian and Eli were on Robert's show, that's what I'm talking about. So, and I mentioned Dad Douche for about, I think 45 seconds in the video, and he made an entire, I think 10-minute reaction video to those 45 seconds. And he mispronounced my name, my channel name, even though he knows it. So that's where the whole messing up my channel name comes into play. But let me interject with the whole people that are talking truth going on these corporate channels. So, people like Brian, people like you are not going to ever be allowed on those channels. So I think we need people who are a little less salacious, that still tell the truth and are still allowed to go on these programs, to go on there. So it's kind of like a little morphine drip. Like you get a little bit of truth coming in, and eventually people are going to wake up. The content that we put on over here is good for all of us that are already awoken to the bull crap.
Well, wait, let me say one thing, Kevin, on that one, okay? The thing, it's interesting you say that, because I find that mostly just content creators are just watching other content creators, so we're not really getting out to the major audiences that we should. Anyways, back to you.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so I mean, when it comes to those quote unquote corporate shows, when it comes on those shows that are, whether it be Necro's Lounge or whether it was be the Trash Lounge, like maybe spreading the message might be a little bit more effective if we had people that weren't as salacious, but could still portray the same message.
Kevin,
behind
Kevin,
it.
that's first of all, that's why I did a show nude 3 days ago, was to add some salacious content over here.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I'm thinking more nudity.
See what they've been doing, right? Is they've been gang stalking, right? Different people, right? But the problem is now that there's a whole big community starting to prop up, they can't attack everyone now, and now they are being exposed because they used to go after one person individually and call them a conspiracy nut and a kook and all of that. Now they're trying to save face by coming up with all these excuses and continuing to lie and gaslight everyone. But it's less effective. It's less
They were
effective.
coming after. Now, I'm not a nice person, as we know. I'm not a very nice person.
True.
I'm not fun to troll. But
True.
they were coming
You're terrible.
real
You're terrible.
hard at me. The second Eli mentioned my name, they basically started contacting me, telling me they were going to literally ruin my life. And I'm like,
Right.
you're probably not. And why don't you fuck off? Because I've dealt with this stuff before. And they were real upset, but they did opposition research. They tried to extort me. One of them. So Brian, it's real funny. I've had my personal communications surveilled by the Portland Police Bureau and the FBI. And so
Right.
it's real funny when some private citizen thinks they're going to do a background check on me. I don't get real scared. But one of these people tried to extort me and said, so Coach Rom, there's some guy named Coach Rom. Coach Rom is doing a background investigation. Is there any crimes you'd like to admit to? I laughed real hard. I said, "Yo, why?" I took some Ambien. I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, Brian. Like, especially like people call you a conspiracy theorist. The fact that like you talk a lot about the World Economic Forum and their plans are, and people are so stupid that they can't do a YouTube search when, typically, back in the day, conspiracy theories were like things that only some people knew about because they did the research. They're talking about it in public.
Yeah, so you could go.
People
you
are
could go
so
to the New York
stupid
Times if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin,
People
Brian,
are just
Kevin,
so
I have a breaking
stupid.
news update in the gig economy. Odin
Yeah.
just took a horribly stinky shit. It's wafting into my room. I have to go.
You probably deserve it. You probably deserve
I
it.
got to take care of it.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So, yeah, no, go ahead, continue, because that's interesting, and you're right about that. Go ahead, Kevin.
But yeah, so like because their heads are in the sand, they do not want to hear that because then they'd have to take the veil off their, they'd have to get out of their pods, stop eating their bugs, and people love those bugs. They love eating those bugs.
Oh yeah,
and they just can't handle it. They're the most delicious bugs.
It's Z bugs, as Schwab says. You know who he is, right? Klaus.
Eat the bugs. Yes. Oh yeah.
Right.
And it's funny, people who I cannot find this freaking building. I feel like a newbie. Let's be around a little bit. Sorry, I'm one of those gig workers that actually does gig work like you, Brian.
Exactly.
So I'm trying to find this door.
By the way, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for coming into this community and trying to help as best you can or whatever you can do, because we need more people like you. And I can tell you're a really nice guy. You're genuine and honest. And you're very welcome here. I'll tell you that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I found it. There's a sign for it. It's I'm walking the right way. It's probably cold now, but there's no instructions. But yeah, I did have one more question to ask you. I'll ask you in just a second. Let's see. This is for Fahima.
Oh, what state do you live in, Kevin?
Hello.
What state?
Have a great one. So I am in Ohio. I'm in Columbus.
Oh, okay.
Look at these beautiful trees.
Okay, so you get
Look at these beautiful trees.
yeah, you get the same type of weather as we do here in Massachusetts.
No. I used to live in right over the border in Derry.
Oh, Derry, New Hampshire. I know it well.
Yeah, I lived there for up until I was 20, and then I moved to the free state of Florida for 12 years, and then we moved to Columbus back in March.
Nice.
And it's the thing I like about living here is you get very nice seasons, but you don't get the snow of New England.
Right.
Which is one of the main reasons why I left New Hampshire, because the snow there is
it's insane. Yeah,
it's freaking awful.
Yeah, it's insane.
I don't look forward to. I tell people who they're like, oh, you're gonna get, you're gonna be shell shocked by the cold and the snow. I said, no. I'm used to growing up getting a foot every other weekend. Like,
Yeah.
that's when people would ask me, like, would you ever move back to New England? I was like, no, because, you know, getting up an hour early just to shovel and de-ice my car was not something I was enjoying doing.
Even when you guys in New Hampshire got snow, sometimes we didn't get any down here because the snow line, sometimes we got lucky and we didn't get any, you know?
Yeah. But I know you guys got nailed. What was it, back in 2015 where the snow didn't melt till July?
Oh, yeah. It was terrible. We had 3 blizzards that year, I think. 3 blizzards in a row.
I think back to back.
Yep. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
But anyways.
I was, but yeah, so my other question. So because I was on Glitch Dash's live and we were watching when you were talking about the 860,000.
Yep.
With his subscribers, how I'm trying to think, are you using Social Blade as your metric?
Nope. I don't have it on the top of my head right now, but there's different sites you can go to, and Google, because of the tax laws and stuff, they have to post what the people are making publicly because they're public figures. So all of that stuff and you got to understand, it's figured in with subscriptions, with Super Chat, Google AdSense, and there's like a couple of other metrics in there, okay? And it's all compiled, okay? And that figure was within the time that he monetized all the way through to basically, you know, let's say 5 or 6 months ago, because I haven't looked it up yet. It's probably not, because he was lower. He wasn't able to collect any AdSense because they took it away. Right. So but up until then, I mean, it was public knowledge. I mean, you can look up any of these content creators and find the same thing. Now, you'll find some disinformation, but you'll find the factual information. And when you find that, you're like, wow, you know, and by the way, it's not unheard of that these content creators are making that type of money. I mean, there's gamers like that make millions and millions. I mean, 10, 20, 30 million dollars. I mean, because they're making all this money for Google. So his money, if you separate it from the amount of years that he did, it's not a lot of money, but it's enough to go buy a house and go on some cruises and all of that, right? I mean,
well, let me ask you a question.
Does it better than delivering hot dogs and Happy Meals?
Yeah, and that's not to mention.
Well, and he said the other night.
Well, that's not to mention all the money that he sold out under the table money that was given to him to lie and fleece the drivers and lie about everything that he was saying. I mean, he at one point he was okay, like at the beginning, but once he saw the money coming in, that was it, lights out, and lies to the drivers. Go ahead, back to you.
Well, and that's does that site show just money earned online, or does that also include possible stuff like from the casinos or from whatever else he was doing, or does it just show online stuff?
It's only supposed to show money that was made from Google, from the company Google. In other words, like the checks that are paid out to him or any content creator. Yep.
Okay. Because when you said that, I kind of I was thinking, because I was like, his subscriber jumped. You know, I think he went from like 20 to 60,000 very quickly. So I kind of was like, when you said that, I was not questioning it, but I was like, you know, because me. I'm an optimist, and I like to believe that, you know, God can come into anyone's life and change their heart.
Absolutely.
Time, and you know, I'm still praying for that.
Me too. I don't. By the way, Kevin, I don't hate any of these people or anything. I don't.
No.
I pray. I still pray for them. I pray that they find God, because if they don't, they're going to be in big trouble, because they're going to have to stand in front of God someday, and He's going to say, "Why did you lie to all of these people that you were telling?" That, you know, that they could make money and everything. I mean, why did you do it, right? And
well, here's the thing, Brian. If they're not saved, then they're not going to even have that opportunity.
Right. Exactly.
So,
no, right. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So yeah, when you said that, I was like, because, you know, obviously for the last 6 months or whatever it was, you know, the incomes got dramatically lower, and then I think he went from 20 to 60 in a matter of like a year. So those first 2 years, I was kind of questioning, because how much money could you actually make at 30,000 or 20,000?
That's right, because I had my spreadsheet from last November that showed him in the 20s when I tracked it, right? And then he's up this year. Now,
So I'd like to see that because
Well,
I would
well,
like
let
to
me let me explain it a little bit so you guys can understand it a little bit better.
Okay.
So
I just want to make one comment before I
Go ahead.
before I get out of you guys' way.
Go ahead.
About the Eli, because so I'm a Jew. You can look at me, look at the Jew fro, like the whole thing. I think we can. If Robert Reese was here, he would say, "We verify you, we affirm you as a Jew." And I thank him. I thank you all for that. I appreciate it because it's an ethnicity. It's not. It's also.
And by the way, Jeff, we love Jews. I love Jews. How's that? You guys are my brothers. How's that?
Some have said we're the chosen people, and I would love to believe that's true. But I was not raised. I've told this story many times that my maternal grandparents, from who I get my Jewish race, my maternal grandparents were the only two people in their families to renounce Judaism when they grew up as young Jews in America in the early 1900s, and they never talked about it their entire lives. It was just something they didn't talk about, and who knows what they suffered. In terms of, I know my grandmother worked in the factories as a child laborer, and she told me that the factory guy would spit on the floor and say, "Clean it up, girly." And so that was in the factories of New York. My grandmother my Jewish grandmother was child labor. So anyway, they renounced that. So of the three of us, I'm the only one, I'm guessing. Well, I'm the least religious of the three of us in terms of formal religion. I have no attachment to any formal religion whatsoever. So, but the interesting thing about that isn't that point. The interesting thing was when this character Eli met me, and I do say character Eli met me. He met me based upon the fact you did a video on me, Brian, and he was very impressed with your video. He knows you're a very godly man. And he obviously soaked that in, because what Eli does, he does this real creepy thing of mirroring people. Now, we all do that naturally because that's part of the human condition, but some people use it like a cult leader to manipulate people, and that's how Eli and the Pedros and Hannibals. Pedro's too egotistical to mirror anybody. He doesn't. He just mirrors himself. He stands in the mirror for himself. But Eli, let me just finish, Brian, because it's a real important point, and I want to get the fuck out of the way. But sometimes I feel like I have to make a point. It's my fucking show. Anyway, that's a
yes,
joke.
sir.
He came when I first heard this. I got tagged, and I'm seeing this guy walking with a porpoise with a giant fuzzy penis mic, and I'm going like, okay. And he says, hey, Jeff Thomas Black, you're in my chat. I love God. I'm a real Christian feller. Love God. Love the Jesus. And saw Brian. Love your work. He's a godly man. I'm a godly man. We should collab, and you should monetize your channel. I'm like, well, that's all real interesting. This guy's, and I didn't take offense to it. I'm just like, wow, this guy's just a real, obviously a real devout Christian guy. Well, I noticed over the coming days, he never mentioned. I didn't mention it back, so he never mentioned Christianity again. So I don't think he's even a real Christian. I think he's like a pretend, occasional religious person, depending upon who he's around, which means he's just a total fake. Anyway, I just wanted to make that point in general about religion, about the three of us, about how people can come in and mirror people in a fake way. Or now here, I just want to make one point. I'm going to get out of the way. I really apologize for screwing this up. It's important stuff. But now the three of us, again, I always want to be fair, and I want to be accurate, because this is about educating people. Now the three of us are mirroring each other too, right? Kevin and I have facial hair. We put our glasses on. We tell the same jokes. So we all do some social mirroring. But when we're doing it genuinely, that's just part of who we are. We're not doing it to manipulate people. When you're mixing it with lies and half-truths, as all these dickbags do, then it's real nefarious, right? Remember, because that's why the half-truths and the dickbags slipped into our world, because they got some element of truth, and then they're snowing you. So that's all I'm saying. I'm going to mute myself now, because Kevin would mute me if he could.
Okay, let me address that too, because, so here's the thing. So since the beginning of my channels, because I have DoorDash Sucks, I have Gig Apps Exposed, and DoorDash Gig Economy Police, and I may make another channel as another additional backup channel just for, anything. Right now, my DoorDash Sucks channel is down for maintenance, and it'll be up in about 32 days or so after I'm done with the maintenance I got to do on it. So it's not gone anywhere. But anyways, the religious thing, right? So from the very beginning, I told everyone. I even said it on Pedro's channel. I says, I'm a Christian. I love God, and that's the reason I do this. I've never
And you
deferred
keep
or
sticking with the story, Brian. You just keep being a Christian, which is real strange.
well, you know, a lot of people will attack Christians and say, "Oh, yeah, you're a Christian and you're calling people out." Well, Jesus, when they were gambling in the temple, he says, "Get out of here, you thieves and liars and scoundrels and gamblers." He threw them out. God got mad. Okay, so we're human and we're the image of God. So I get mad too. So of course I do, because when I see injustice, I'm not perfect. I'm a sinner. I make mistakes. But I'm trying to do the right thing, and I stay steadfast on my message. I don't flip flop around. And when I told people that I
Brian,
wasn't,
again, are you
huh?
like Keeper, Kevin, and you're claiming two things to me? You are both not some cop or federal agent, and you're not going to stab me in the back. I have a hard time believing that like of the three people on this channel, at least
I'll tell you one thing.
at least one of them isn't going to stab me in the back while I'm showering.
I'll tell you one thing. If I was, I'll take credit for this. I'm probably the greatest infiltrator, because I can. You want to talk about selling snow and ice to the Eskimos? I could probably do that 100 times around Pedro, but I'm not Pedro.
Manchurian candidate, the Greek, Urub Manchurian candidate.
Exactly. No, I'm sent here by the Most High to help these drivers out, okay? Because no one else wanted to stand up in the gap, and I'm standing in the gap where no one else will. I will, okay?
Well,
because
the thing,
it takes a
everyone
strong
is sent by the
will.
Most High.
Yeah.
But nobody is willing, because
That's
we're all
right.
called to do that. We're all called to do that. Go ahead, go
That's right.
forth and spread the gospel. But nobody, and again, if you don't believe this, that's fine. You can still do it from a conscious level. You can still do it from a, I want to help people level. It doesn't have to be a religious thing.
Right.
But there's religious undertones to every single thing we do in society, because moral framework comes from the Bible. Whether
that's
people
right.
want to, whether they're atheists or not. That's why people have such a hard time explaining simple things.
Yeah.
Because like everything does come. It's the oldest book in existence for a reason.
Yeah.
Here's a real strange thing. Two of my very good friends, two people that I've met fairly recently, but who I would probably trust with my life. God help me, Brian.
Absolutely, I would too, Jeff. Same, right back at you.
So here's the thing about both you two fellers that you should know. As a person who was raised with none of that stuff and has always been quite the skeptic, this project in and of itself, in addition to me being alive right now, has made me believe in God as well, which is real strange. I'm struggling.
Amen.
But anyway,
God reveals himself.
Let me tell you, the fact that I am both here and alive is definitely a miracle. The fact that the three of us are here together and we got an audience is a miracle. And I don't think we can be beat. That's the only reason I've done this, is because if we get beat, we're all dead, and I'm just not willing to lose that game.
Amen. And I truly love this community, especially the ones who have stepped forward, especially even Kevin here, and all of the new people that are coming forward. Because you know what? I always said on my videos, anyone watch my channel, I said, if you want to know the answers to things in this community, look in the mirror, because it starts with you. Because only you can affect change, right? I'm not the guy here just to get you motivated.
Guess what, Brian? All those people that were lying about me saying I wanted to be a cult leader, if they would have read the fucking introduction and first chapter of the book, they would have seen that I revealed the fact in the first chapter, the only people that are going to save us is us, and that the only people that can save you is going to be you. Only you can protect you from artificial intelligence and giving your soul.
Isn't that funny, Jeff? Because I had never seen any of your material, and I was preaching this from day one on my channel.
Well, and Brian, so you said the only person that can save you is yourself. Look in the mirror. The funny thing is, that is a very well shared thought, I think, throughout most humanity, and people like Pedro and other people will use that, but then take it to another level. They'll take it from, you have to do, because I believe the same thing, like, and I said it in my life coaching video, and I've kind of preached it my entire life. Like, if you want to make a change, you have to decide you have to make a change in whatever that situation may be, whether that's life, whether that's relationship, whether that's business, whatever it is. You need to first make that decision. Right. and then you need to figure out what steps you have to do to actually go through with it. But you take it to another level when you start, like Pedro, you say that and say, if you don't follow through, you're
Now,
a piece of shit.
I want
you're
to
garbage,
add
you're not worth
something else
anything.
here, Keevers, because these were three completely and totally morally bankrupt individuals having a conversation last night, and there's no doubt in my mind about that. Okay, morally bankrupt individuals. How do I know? Is that these three egotistical douche nozzles are sitting there. One of them, the biggest egotistical douche nozzle of them. Well, shit, I just fucked that up. One of the egotistical douche nozzles. It's a fucking tie there, I think. The one named Eli. Keeps talking about how you have to smack your children to keep them in line. I don't think that fucker has any kids. I don't think he's a top fucker at all. And this fucker keeps talking about how you got to not spoil kids and smack them around. It makes me want to smack him around. I just have to make that point. And then douche nozzle number one and douche nozzle number two are like agreeing because Pedro's into S&M, and you can absolutely bet he believes in smacking people.
I do not believe in hurting
bragged
kids.
for a real long time last night. He bragged for a
Yeah.
real long time last night about how he really was going to go beat Eli's ass, and
Yeah.
how Hannah Balls talked him out of it and talked him down. So Pedro really is a real psychopath. Pedro really is a bitch. Bitch, and Pedro's probably watching the show. Pedro, you a bitch. Come on the show with me. These other two guys will log off. You come on the show with me, Pedro, you bitch, and we'll have a man talk.
I listen, I've studied enough in psychology because I took it for 4 years in college, and actually I have a sister who's a psychiatrist. And the funny thing is I took up that field. I mean, I was going to go into that field, but I ended up going into something different. But just because I wanted to change the career, many people do. But I studied enough, and I've seen enough white papers and medical documents and all of that stuff. I'm not making any medical diagnosis on people, but you can see that some of these people out here are not in their right mind. I mean,
well, can you give
just obvious.
Can you give financial advice with no disclaimers like Jacob Warren? Because you should try that.
No
Warren,
no financial advice for me.
That dude, Jacob Warren, man, I'd take your YouTube site down real fast. You're giving like significant financial advice that's both real bad and real illegal.
Oh yeah, I got. By the way, I have a Jacob Warren video coming out real soon, within the next day or two. I already did it. I'm just putting it together. You guys have to see that.
Brian, these guys fucking insist on going to federal prison. I don't understand it.
I know. They don't understand when they get a knock at the door, they're not going to be too happy, from some of the authorities to come knocking, because they're going to want to have accountability to what they've been doing, lying.
These guys are all product placement for DoorDash. They're all product placement. They're all in on it. They're all product placement. You look at
isn't it funny?
Look at Pedro's page. It's got a DoorDash bag. You look at his name. This guy can't even leave. This guy is trapped in the DoorDash world because he sold himself. He sold his entire fucking name and channel to DoorDash.
Yeah. There's a lot. There's other channels that are really deeply locked into this whole thing, like way more than any of us even realize. They're so committed to making sure that they tell the wrong thing to the driver, so the driver just continues to go out and try to do what they do, and then eventually those drivers find out that it is a lie and a scam, and most people just throw their hands up and say, "That's it. I'm done with DoorDash. I quit." People like me and others who got sick of that says, no, I'm taking it to another level. I want the money that they stole from me, and I'm going to try to get it back for the drivers, and I'm going to try to change things so we can, at least if these people are going to keep continuing to work, doing this type of work, they need some security, some benefits. They need more money. They need to be promised things and not walk out into a roulette wheel that's spinning around, which is going to be hard to get these things accomplished because the government's in bed with them too. So that's the other problem.
It's already so bad that if you're not, so here's the deal. They lied about what an independent contractor is, but we're now at the point in the gig economy, and I'm just thinking out loud. This is just what I do. Talking and thinking, and I would write this down too if I was writing today. and instead of writing, I'm broadcasting to you guys because I think this is what we need to do right now.
Absolutely.
Anyway, if I was going to say what was happening, I would say that they're moving on to a new phase of the scam, and damn it, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh yeah, no, they're taking the scam to a new level now. You're right, a different phase. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, a different phase, and so there's also, because of what's going on in the economy and everything else, they're seeing the signs that this jig could be up. So you're going to see some real erratic behavior from the people that run these gig app scams. And remember,
Right.
there is no DoorDash. It's just artificial intelligence. We can't even just talk about DoorDash like there's somebody directing the scam. Oh, by the way, you guys, listen, this is good. I forgot in my notes. Do you know that Tony Hsiu did a live interview yesterday about Q3? We're going to watch that when we're done with
I did not know that, but he does that yearly.
We're going to watch it together when you're
Yeah.
done, Brian, or if you stick with us, you could when you're driving around on your shift, you can watch us go through it.
Oh, definitely. I'll be continuing to watch, but I had to come out and just talk about some things because this is,
Yeah, I wanted you to, and again, this disgusting group of people just outed themselves last night as purely predatory members of the U-Rubes that just want to catch on to new people coming in and take advantage of. Oh, I know the point I was going to make. God damn it, I knew it'd come back to me. See, this happens, is that we are now at the point in the gig economy that everybody that was lied to, that was an independent contractor, has been washed out by inshitification. The people that are left are the people like Thomas, or the people like Kevin, are the people who are, and there's a whole bunch of newbies getting used up, right, and churned up, but the people that are left are the people who are real independent contractors and figured out how to create a business for themselves, like Jeff of Uber Jeep Arizona, like Heavers over here, like you, Brian. And even then, it's a struggle. You have to work way too hard for the money and would be way too strategic. But here's the problem. All these newbies coming in saying Pedro, bitchy pants, bitch, Pedro bitch Santiago, they're coming in seeing this bitch, and they're getting screwed and chewed up, so they're never going to make it as far as Keevers or you or anybody else, because it's so bad now, they're never going to even have a little bit of success. But it doesn't matter, because remember, DoorDash is bringing in brown kids on bikes. They can't afford to have people driving cars anyway. We're heading toward the first phase of the gig app apocalypse, and these
absolutely
guys are going down. Lyft's going down, DoorDash is going down. Uber has more diversification, but it's a scam too, so it's going to go down. Now remember, all these companies provide air cover for each other. Grubhub, all of these, they lobby together, they act as a unit, they're owned by the same large investment organizations like BlackRock and State Street.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
This is just a giant organized crime syndicate designed to end humanity as we know it and make most of us dead, including our children.
Well, and not only that, but BlackRock and State Street, they bought up their. People don't realize this. They're buying up all the real estate to create a permanent renters class. You will. You want to finish this with me, Brian? You will own nothing, and you will
you will own nothing. You'll be happy, but you won't be happy.
Yep. Well, and you'll also be subject to a constant daily fear that you're going to be decapitated and dehoused.
Oh,
so,
no money, no credit
very
cards.
Afraid.
You get a
CBDC. Afraid.
You get CBDCs, so you go buy something they don't approve of. Sorry, you can't buy that.
You know what's funny? They talk openly. If you just go to even the World Economic Forum of their videos here on YouTube and you watch them, they openly talk. They talk about how stupid we are. Like, these people are stupid because we're fleecing them, and they're loving it. Like, they're just loving the fact that we're doing it.
I'm sure you've seen this video. There was a video they released. I don't know if it was right at the beginning of COVID or right before COVID. They talked about needing a world-changing event that they could literally put trackers in people to create hackable animals.
Oh yeah,
well, seen that video.
Yes, I know the one you're talking about. Yep, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, it's crazy. We have to watch what we say here on that level because.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'll say it a different way, and I've told people this many times. Is that everything that we're getting is propagandized to a point that most people are completely and totally asleep. The only way to break any of it is for people to become conscious. That doesn't mean they have to become religious, but they have to understand that they are more than their thoughts. They're more than money, a medium of exchange. They're more than slavery to their job. They're more than their ego and their image, because all of those things, that's why Pedro sells a false god. I mean, Pedro sells a false god of ego.
Well, I want to touch on something real quick, because that's right what you just said, but I want to expound and say this, that a lot of these people who like go along to get along and say, well, I'm just going to go along with what they want us to do, right? These people don't understand that they're going to be fleeced in the end too. The ship's going to go down and sink with them on it too. They're not going to be saved out of this whole thing like, oh, I made all kinds of money. Their bank accounts are going to go to zero when the central bank digital currency comes in.
They're going down too. That's what I tell people. Like, we're all in the sewer. If people want to fight to stay app slaves so that they can be decapitated by a corporation any day of the week when they wake up, then I mean, they can fight for that. But why?
Exactly. Oh, one final point I want to make, and I'll let you guys continue, because in about 15 minutes I got to stop my shift. But the thing is the Prop 22 was brought in because it was lobbied to reverse AB 5 so that they didn't have to pay the minimum wage for the people. So if you say you started an 11 to 7 shift, 11 in the morning to 7, and you come on and you don't get anything for 2 hours and you sat, well, you should get paid for that, right? But they reversed that. AB 5 was going to allow all the drivers to get paid whether they had a delivery or not, and they took that out with Prop 22. If that doesn't show you how controlled it is, I don't know what is. So the plan is to impoverish everyone. This is what they've always wanted, and this is through that Agenda 2030 plan that I've always talked about.
Well, here we are having a morning show from the sewer. This is the Dad Dash Daily with JTB and Kevin. Our guest right now is Brian from DoorDash Sucks, Gig Apps Exposed, and his main channel right now is called DoorDash Gig Economy Police. Listen to that, Brian and Kevin. Do you understand how much like a morning show this actually sounds?
Right? That was
absolutely.
Brian, before you leave, I'm going to be on Sunday. I am going to be doing a Trevor style video, but I'm going to be live streaming the entire time. And
nice.
Then obviously I'm going to cut it to put it into a viewable video.
Okay.
My
cool.
area is
I assume you'll be warping the space-time continuum.
No, this won't be like my video. This won't be like my video from before. I'm gonna actually be working, and I'm gonna I'm very lucky. When I moved from Florida, this market that I'm in right now, I'd be willing to say Columbus is one of the best markets in the country. Just because of it's a test market for food.
That's where we're broadcasting from today. If you didn't look, we're broadcasting from Columbus, Ohio. In fact, if you look at the YouTubers, and then Keevers, isn't that the home of the Ohio State University's, the Buckeyes?
They are number one. Yes, they just took over the number one spot this past week. So
you are aware that Oregon will beat them. I do see the future, not just in economics, but in football. And you are aware that Oregon will beat them in the NCAA college football playoffs, right? And you're okay with that?
I'm not a Buckeyes fan. I'm not a college football fan because there's too many divisions.
I just wanted to let you know what's coming.
Yeah, but so I'm going to be doing. I don't know what my goal is going to be for that day. I'm hoping I get. There's a good chance I'll be back on Spark by then because they told me that. So I'll have another avenue to do that. So I don't really know.
Now, how do you get? What is the process for becoming undecapitated?
So I contacted them. Did
they actually screw your head back on your body?
So I called them and they said that I'm an active driver, but my app says I'm deactivated. So they're gonna get back to me with 1 to 3 business days, which I believe tomorrow is the last day, and then I'll give them a call. But I'll have DoorDash, I'll have Amazon Flex, I'll have hopefully Walmart Spark, I'll have Grubhub, Uber Eats, to try to hit whatever goal I'm going to go for, and I'm going to show people. I'm going to show people the everything, and then I'm going to splice it together to make it at least watchable in like a 10 to 15 minute video. So you can react to that.
That sounds real creative. That sounds creative. That sounds exciting. I like that. I don't edit
actually jump cut 45 times.
I got no time for editing, but that sounds real good.
Yeah. So it's going to take a long time because it's going to be like 10 to 15, 18 hours worth of live streaming. So it's gonna, and that's one of the reasons why I never wanted to do a live stream video like that, because to go through 15 hours of content is a fucking nightmare.
Hey,
but
why do you think these content creators don't want to show a live stream with 2 cameras to show what they're actually coming in with declines and accepts? Because that would show that all of the shit they've been telling everyone about, all the lying they've been doing, telling, oh, you can make 300, 500,000, 700 a day is a bunch of shit, and you can't do it. That's why.
Here's the thing, Brian. This is where I don't disagree with you, but it is more. I'll agree. It's market specific. I think they should be more transparent up front and say, hey, this is, because to be honest with you, when I had shipped, I was able to make $300 a day, no problem, just because it's such a high shipped market.
Well, maybe I should have said it this way. Yes, there are a small percentage of people that probably can do that, but I mean, when you start talking 400, 500, 600, 700 a day, that's a problem.
Yeah.
The 300 could be believable.
Here's the thing, Brian. Like I made a video where I made 500, and it was all legitimate. I didn't live stream the entire thing, because for me, going through that much content, I got 3 kids, a wife, and I'm working. I don't have time to do that. But to do it once, yeah, I'll do that.
Oh no, I'm not saying you can't do it at least once. Maybe you could, but do you think you could maintain that every single day, Monday through Friday, or 7 days a week?
No.
Okay. Okay.
No, I know that, and now, like I said, when I was on Shipped, $300 a day, I think is a very achievable goal if you're in a decent market. That's well,
in order to consider yourself to be a business, don't you think you would have to at least make about 300? Because it's a joke anything less. I mean, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, unlike your area, my cost of living is super low compared to Boston.
Oh, I see.
Astronomical over there.
It is.
Like, I remember when I lived in New Hampshire, in Derry, a 2-bedroom apartment back when I was I was a junior in high school was $1,200 at that time.
Right.
So I can imagine what it is there.
Oh, it's insane, man. I have to report, because I haven't put the videos up yet, but in one of my videos, I reported that I actually broke through my $253 all-time record of making money. In other words, that's the most I ever made, was $253. But the other day, like 4 days ago, I made $280. So I almost got the 300 in my market for the very first time, but I never broke the 300. And I do everything out here. Are you kidding me? I'd love to make 500 a day. It's impossible. And I've gone to 1 million markets, different ones. You just can't do it in Massachusetts here. There's no way. So yes, I guess you could say it's market specific. But most of these channels, they want you to believe you can achieve all these dreams and everything. It's all a lie, because there's too many drivers driving, number one. And number two, the companies won't let you make past a certain amount. They've even said it at the World Economic Forum. They said they want to keep everyone at mediocre pace, everyone making low wages and the same, because they don't want anyone prospering. I mean, you know what the World Economic Forum's about, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I know you're picking up there, doing a delivery. But yeah, I'm glad we touched on some points here, so the general audience knows, and at least some people are waking up,
Yeah. But now I know you've done other apps. Do you strictly only do DoorDash now?
No, I mainly been trying to do just DoorDash, only because it's the most prevalent one here. But Uber Eats is terrible. I've done videos like crazy, but I'm doing some more to show everyone what comes through consistently. And they're trying they're trying to send $5 going 15 miles, 10 miles, and all this stuff, and it just keeps coming in, and there's nothing good out of Uber Eats. You can't make money with Uber Eats in my market.
Well, that's just
DoorDash,
that's just like Grubhub. Grubhub
right.
will send you, Bill. I was talking to Jeff yesterday, and Grubhub will send you 47 bad orders, and then you'll get a banger. But most people don't want to sit there and decline 100 orders to get a good order.
Exactly. So I was doing Deliver That a bunch of times until I found out what a scam that really is, because the scam of that is telling everyone, oh, we use a tip pool to put all the money in. But what happens is like the company that normally ordered before, like through DoorDash, now is using Deliver That. And what they're doing is, so the same company will say, put a $300 tip in there for the driver after they ordered like $1,500 worth of food. And they'll take the $300 and only give you like 25 or 30 out of it. And it goes into the tip pool. And that's wrong. If you did the work, you should get the $300.
So I completely agree. And I'm going to be honest, right now, the order I just picked up is a Deliver That. And the next one I'm doing is a Deliver That.
So you know what I'm talking about.
I do. But and this is my thought. And I put it in my last video. This is my thoughts on that. You remember on how DoorDash used to have the drive program?
Yep.
And then you would pick up a catering order, and that was when they wouldn't really show you what the total was at all. So you'd pick it up saying, "Oh, it's $500," and they would use Easy Cater, and then
there's Odin. Wow. Sorry.
And then you'd be like, "Oh, great! I just picked up $500 worth of food and made $7."
Right.
The reason I like Easy Cater is for me, my tip for Easy or through Deliver That. My tip's $25 pretty much every single time. My range is 21 to 27.
Right.
So every single time I pick up an order, the base pays at least $7 on Deliver That for me. So I'm making like this order right here. You just saw me pick it up. I'm going to deliver it in 4 minutes. I'm going to make $32 on that. I have another one that I'm going to pick up right after that. That is the same type of drive time.
Yep.
$32.
No, I get it.
Even though the way I look at it is, even though we're not getting fully what we should make, it's still a 1,000 times better chance of getting a $32 DoorDash order back to back.
No, I get it, but the practice of what they're doing should be considered illegal. Like, for instance, that's like a waiter or a waitress serving a customer, and you're serving them, and they come in and they say they have 10 people at the thing, and they spend $2,000 for the dinner. It's a high-end dinner, right? And the person looks at it and goes, "Oh, I'm going to put 20%. So what's 20% of 2,000? Isn't that 400? I think." So, okay. So now the manager comes over and goes, "Wait a minute. I'm going to take $350 of that, and you're only getting $50. That's not right. You did the work, right?" So
think of
my
this,
friend.
Brian, think of this.
Yep.
Think of this. 100% of the time. I know 100% of the time I'm going to probably make $32. There's a lot more transparency than DoorDash gives you. At least, they tell you there's a tip pool. They tell you you're going to make 21 to 27 in my market.
But that's
$21 to $27.
Let me just say this. I'll clarify it even tighter than I said. If it was truly a real legitimate tip pool, like let's say that this was a Christian company, right? That says we love God, and they really were, right? And they were truly putting all the tips in that tip pool, and they literally cared about the drivers, and they said, no, we're going to make sure even the ones that don't get tipped. I would be for that, but that's also part of collectivism. But let me separate it too.
Yeah.
The problem is these are not Christian companies. These are not people that care about you. So what do you think they're doing? They're putting their hand in the till. My friend Chad was talking to the same managers of this. Like, for instance, we have a place called EMC around here and Dell Computers and stuff, right? And Dell Computer, they have like these monthly board meetings, and they order like $5,000 worth of food. And Chad used to get $600, $700, $1,000 tips, right? And the guy saw Chad come in once because he was using Deliver That. And he said, "Hey, Chad, how you doing?" He goes, "Oh, I'm here for Deliver That." "Oh, okay." And the guy said, he told him, he says, "Listen, we're not getting the tips." He goes, "Are you still putting the same thing?" And he goes, "Yeah, we're putting the money." And he goes, "Well, we don't get that anymore. If you put $1,000 in here, I'm only going to get $35 of that." And the guy was upset. He's like, "Really? That's supposed to go to you because we do that as a tax write-off, right?" The driver who's doing the delivery, if I said to you, "Hey, Kevin, I love you. I want to give you a $5,000 check, a Christmas bonus," I should be able to do that to you. But these companies come in as middlemen and they take the money so you don't make it. That's what I have a problem with. And I have a problem with because they're using it to their advantage and their benefit, not for the drivers.
Well, I understand that, and I agree with that. And I think, and I'm waiting to get my card for it. I don't know if you've ever tried or looked at Dumpling. Dumpling gives you that option it's like a marketplace that basically allows you to advertise yourself as a personal shopper and for catering. So, but
I am on Dumpling, but I haven't used it. I've never used it. I did sign up for it though.
Okay, I am gonna try that and see what it is. But like I said, and the one thing that really has me doing these is, I wouldn't have access to that. Am I at the right place? I am. I wouldn't have access to this order unless I had direct access to the company, because these corporate companies or these corporate restaurants, unless you, I'm trying to think of the way to put this. It just gives you that access for me. And like I said, I'm going to make $70 in this hour off of these two. And would I like to, of course, get that full tip? Yes. But it's kind of like working within the system that we currently have.
Well, what I'm saying is laws have to be changed or put in place so that the money does not go to a third party, that it comes directly to the driver. And by the way, in Deliver That, I don't know if you knew this, but we do have a way to input our own PayPal or separate things in there. And then I've talked to separately to people of these corporations and said, hey, if you're going to leave a tip to the driver, would you mind tipping me in my PayPal app? And they're like, oh, I have no problem doing that. So you can circumvent them so they don't put the tip in there,
Yeah. Well, and so that is definitely possible. Obviously, you could do that.
But listen, guys, I'm going to have to jump off here. Is there any final thoughts, JTB, on that? I'm going to continue to watch your stream and everything. I just have to work here, have to get on shift.
It's all good. We got plenty of day ahead. Brian, thanks for coming on.
I want to thank you for having me here. I really appreciate it, because we talked about a lot of important things here, and I love you, brother. You're doing the Lord's work here. You really are. And so aren't you, Kevin.
Thanks, man. Stay real safe out there today, and we'll talk to you tonight.
You too, guys. I'll be watching. I'm going to continue to watch. Take care, guys. I'll see you later. Bye now.
Well, that was real good. We got a new poll out. The question is, Pedro, is Pedro the evilest Teletubby? Is he a nug spanking S&M king? Or is he a bitch? Or is he a bitch? If I had a vote from a sock account, I would both of the bitch options sound real good. I'm gonna go bitch. All right, that's real good. But of course, that would be if I had a sock account. So now on my YouTube an update to decide how many people like me. I have 550. We got 550 subscribers with the Kiever here. 550. Now that is almost 200 less than yesterday. So it is possible that either 200 less people today like us than yesterday, or it is possible that YouTube is just a bunch of wacky shenanigans. I don't really know. I'm guessing wacky shenanigans. I'm going to go ahead and start the show since Kiever's phoning it in with his pustules. This was our thumbnail of the day. This is what we had. Had our first poll was, the question was Hannibals, and 80% of you said that Hannibals is a Pedro's bag holder. 10% said poop scoops, and then 10% said simp pimp, and 0% of you thought that the Hannibals was a Dick Baggian. It was a pretty decent option, and nobody went for it. That's interesting. Nobody wanted to add more branding to the Hannibals. So Hannibals is Pedro's bag holder, according to you. That's real good. Now we got a new poll, right? You want to look at that. But we probably should get to starting the show. We only do that one way. It's the only to start a show. Well, hey, how's everybody doing? That was good. That was worth breaking into the livest part of the live show for, wasn't it? This is really me. I'm really here. I can prove it. I have two hands. 10 digits. That's how you know I'm live. I'm not drunk. I never get drunk. You'll never see me drunk. I'm real sorry if you were hoping to see another old man drunk tonight. It won't be me. It won't be me being drunk for you. I will be silly. I will be your silliest silly dad dash, but I will not get drunk for you. Well, I might get drunk for you sometime. I mean, maybe sometime, but not like maybe New Year's Eve or something. For a special occasion, we'll get drunk sometime. We'll have a drinking show. We'll have a drinking show, and then if you, for anybody that is sober and isn't drinking, they can just have apple juice. It'll be fine. We don't care what you drink. You can drink water. We'll just have a show we'll have like a thirsty show, a Hannah Balls is thirsty show, and we'll just all be real thirsty and drink whatever we want. I'll get some beers, and we'll just have a drinking show one of these days. That'd be fun. But you don't have to drink alcohol. I don't recommend anybody drink any more poison than they need to. I like a small amount of poison. Comes with a lot of calories. Got to keep the calories down. Getting old. Anyway, so I do. That sounds fun. We do drinking shows sometime. So hopefully Mike's having a real good trip. Mike might be asleep now. Mike may be asleep now. We hope that if he's sleeping, he's having dreams of Hannibals and unicorns and happy things and happy times and happy days. Monday, Tuesday, happy days. Thursday, Friday, happy days. Saturday, Sunday, happy days. So what do you guys want to do? Does anybody want to do anything, or are we just wasting our time at this point? I mean, nothing wrong with wasting our time. It's 10:44. The only thing I'm going to do now is go to bed. That's all I got left to do is go to bed. So I don't care. I don't care. Had a burrito for dinner. Got a burrito. I don't usually get any kind of food from any restaurants or anything, but I was given a burrito and I ate it. It was pretty good. Probably not as good as my burritos, but it was all right. Now, maybe are you guys all just like, were you listening to that stunning conversation of making love to your significant others? Is that what's going on? And now you're just basking in the glory of your post orgasmic glow with your loved one? I hope so. I hope so. I hope that's what went on. I hope you were making love while listening to that interesting conversation between myself, Kevin of Gig, Thrive, and Drive, and the morning show with JTV and Kevin and Brian from DoorDash Gig Economy Police, not the real police, the better police, and DoorDash sucks and Gig Apps exposed. We had a visit from Nugs tonight, which was fun. That was real good. Surprisingly good. And I'm real proud of that one. That was fun. So anyway, it probably seems like we should just go to bed. Just go to bed. Just all sack out. I think Mike's sacked out. I'm sacked out. We got to watch lots of interesting stuff. It's been a good night. Be up in the morning. We'll have ourselves a morning show. Remember, Dad Dash Daily every morning, in the morning, every morning. You can count on it. All right. We'll see you guys all in the morning. Night, everybody. Sleep well. Don't let the bed bugs bite.